I have no reason to assume otherwise.
Well, Clive, you must listen to this. Lawsman, tell him.
Do you recall when we spoke before on the divinity of Ultima? Well, it inspired me to delve deeper into the subject. And what I discovered appears to agree with the findings of His Grace.
You will recall that my quest to uncover Ultima's origins began with the mural at Phoenix Gate. But while I've always known it to be important, its secrets have heretofore eluded me. Now, however, I believe I know where to find the more complete example, one that will reveal all we seek.
Master Clive, have you ever in your travels chanced to hear of the Circle of Malleus? I would think not, few have. But there was once a time when the faith flourished, the oldest known religion in the Twins, and though its popularity eventually waned on Storm, hints of its dogma remain embedded in more modern faiths such as the Crystalline Orthodox.
Wait, you said it waned on Storm. What of Ash?
Religious monuments are often torn down or repurposed when new faiths rise to prominence. But if no new faith arose, then perhaps the ancient temples might still stand. And so, you see now why I must accompany you to Waloed.
It would appear the past still has much to teach us, though in this case, it would not have been possible without the musings of Moss. To think that you carried a copy of my old mentor's chronicles all along.
He had the book.
I am relieved to discover it in good hands.
Figured we were going to make a thing
I
of
shall
it.
guard it with my life.
Joshua, if you're finished here, join me in the ale hall. I need to speak to everyone before we leave.
Right away.
The ale hall.
Mid said I could ride
No cafeteria.
My apologies.
By now you've all heard where we're going and why. So I won't bother you with the boring details, only the important ones. If we attempt to approach Stone here by sea, there's a good chance we'll be sighted and fall prey to the capital's artillery. So instead, we'll disembark on the southwest coast and make for Drake's Spine on foot.
Quite the journey.
I say we, but it's highly likely the entirety of Ash is under the rule of Ultima. A large party would only attract unwanted attention.
Of course. The difference between 3 people and 6 or 7 people is massive.
Well, it's slow on march and require supplies which may be difficult to obtain. Only Joshua and I will be going. And a scout. Preferably a good one. Gav, do you know of any?
You bet your ass I do. Might still borrow some of Lady Vivian's maps, though. Just in case, like.
Once you've dropped us off at the Shadow Coast, you need to retreat into neutral waters, fly merchant colors, and stay inconspicuous.
And their
If you
ship.
sense any danger at all, you leave us behind and return to Storm.
Inconspicuous is my middle name. But like hell am I leaving anyone behind. The ship ain't going nowhere till your scurvy mugs are smiling on deck.
Jill, the Enterprise will appear a tempting target for royalists and pirates alike. You're to stop anyone boarding.
Don't worry. I'll keep the ship and her crew safe.
Useless Jill.
You'll be needing passage home, after all.
But... very well.
If there are no questions, I'll see you all at the
Shape.
docks.
Jesus. The docks.
Let me know when you're leaving. I want a word before you go.
Of course.
I doubt this is the finale. There's still like hunts I need to get. Unless those are going to be New Game Plus hunt. That would be shit. If they gave you like super weapons and stuff to get, but you could only get them in New Game Plus.
Stew's awfully.
I mean, I'm sure there are some, but okay. We still only have like a few of these too. Well, some of those are New Game Plus as well. I feel like there's a good chunk left. All day, but we'll see. I mean, with side quest at least. There's definitely some side quests, like the Undying and stuff. Some chains that I think there's more of. But a lot of these people we're done with, so.
Covered in nicks and lumps. The lot.
Is something wrong?
Not at all. Honestly. Can't a man wish his friend farewell? Just wanted to let you know that I'll keep things in order while you're off saving the world.
I'll hold you to that.
Why couldn't he just tell us that where he was? Why did I have to walk over there? I guess it's just to give us a chance to fuck around, but then I mean we got one right now too. Alright, the Shadow Coast. I mean, it looks like there's a whole... I imagine we'll be traveling through a lot of stuff. There's a lot of ground to cover. It'd be kind of goofy if it was just like ding, and then just skipped halfway and then straight to the end. Don't know if the finale be there too. Find out. We got new areas. I imagine the hunts will be here.
Reckon it'll be a long walk to the capital if we follow the cliffs. I'll scout ahead, see if I can't find us an inland route.
Clive. There's something I've been meaning to ask.
Flags for death coming in.
You took her icon, didn't you?
Yes, I did. She understood.
Oh, she understood. Understood that you decided to save the world all on your own, and that you'd die without her power. How dare you make her choose? You knew damn well she'd never refuse you. But I will. You can't keep pushing us away, Clive. The world is ours to save, not yours.
I used my gift because I thought it was the right thing to do.
He's just too good of a guy.
And you truly believe this will save you? Will save us all?
I do.
Shouldn't they be pissed at him for like gathering more icons when that's clearly what everybody has said is what Ultima wants?
Just don't forget, you're not alone.
I think I found us a trail. Did I miss something?
Only that Joshua didn't.
I don't get it.
Same, brother.
Always wanted to visit Ash.
We're in Waluda territory now. Don't expect a warm welcome.
Oh, I don't know, Clive. That castle over there looks inviting enough.
Shall we sample its inhabitants' hospitality?
Waiting for there to just be like nobody, and we'll lead.
Remember what I said about warm welcomes, Gav?
You show up here and it's just fucked. We'll see. Okay, we got a whole zone here. There's probably gonna be people, I guess.
Ah, this place is as dead as Grieger's ghost.
It would make more sense if there was a... like if the whole place had secretly just been fucked. That's why they control like orcs and zombies and shit. You would still think there'd be like one group of people somewhere, but depends on how long they want this area to last.
I knew I smelled something.
I see only orcs and Kashyyyk.
Let's hope the villagers made it out in time.
Caution, brother.
Could there even be any chests up here I care about? Not, but... more shit you just don't need. I mean, you could sell them. So if you want to always be cranking items all the time, but I mean, if you play well, the only expensive items are healing ones, so it's like it doesn't, you don't really spend that much money. The ones you could spend or purchase that you could use regardless of how well you're playing are just like stat ones, and they're not that expensive. Well, we could check these corners for... hunts. Whoops out. There's the small caster up. That's a good one. Because even if you don't know who that is, it's still just a funny, like, smoke emote on my ear, dude. Oh yeah. Ears were like waterlogged, they're like draining a bit. Give me headaches the last few days, so it's good. But it means they bother me.
It's Camber all over again. Where the hell are the royalists?
Seems you were right about that welcome after all, Clive.
Oh, really? Yeah. I always have, like, ear issues. If it isn't caffeine causing, like, white noise, because my ears just tighten up, because they're usually waxy. It's just that I do get waxy ears, I guess. I don't have wax ever coming out. It's just like compact in there sometimes. Sometimes it's not. I don't know. Depends on also if when I end up showering, if it gets in my ear or not. I try to not make sure it doesn't, but maybe it's because I always have headphones on, so they don't get aired out or something. I don't know. Swimming? Yeah. I'd probably do it. Always my left ear though. Must be something special with that one.
Aye, aye.
Is the whole of Ash fallen into Ultima's hands?
That's no peace delegation. We should send a warning to the others.
No. My uncle will have an eye on the coast. I trust he'll find a way to entertain any uninvited guests. Our mark is Drake's Spine, and there's a lot of road between us and it. We press on to Stone here.
Aye, you never know. It might not be a nest of slabbering monsters.
Clive, you must go on ahead without me. This stronghold is as old as Phoenix Gate, perhaps older. It may yet hide Ultima's remaining secrets, and if we are to best him, they must be unearthed.
All right. Stay out of trouble.
Shouldn't we just go with him then?
I always do.
Why even split up?
Mostly.
You're gonna make it to the crystal. Well, you have to fight Ultima probably. So you'd want to know. I mean, I guess you technically might not fight him. Not guaranteed.
You sure about this?
About leaving my brother on his own. Of course. Mostly.
Lady Vivian's map is so old it's hard to tell which way is up. But if I'm right, we're not far from a village called Eastler.
Then we make our way there, resupply, and wait for Joshua.
Wait. Why not just go with Joshua then?
This place reeks like a mobile's arsehole. Though I'm guessing it's not the smell that'll kill us.
Crabs? Birds. I've had harder shits than that. Some of Gav's lines are pretty alright. I think he's the only one who curses and makes a bunch of jokes, but like it's been pretty consistently not feeling forced. Like, I mean, it's not always forced on the other characters, I just mean that his are generally better. The Moss Immune, a classic. Not as good, but always like the Japan, like not even slightly veiled Japan, it's just straight out Japan. Are we gonna go there at some point? It looks kind of like Japan, squabbling over the land, ignoring everybody else, katanas. I do that in 14 as well, though. A little bit. More aesthetics than that. Oh yeah, could use the chocobo.
Ready, go? Yeah! No hold back.
Did they let us go back? They do. New hunts. The only problem with like mini bosses out in the field is since they do take so much longer and you don't really need them at all. Not a waste of time. They don't take as long as like a proper mini boss or hunt. 10-hour charge up.
Too slow. Now, Torgal! To me, boy! I'm hurt, Torgal. To me, boy!
Worth it.
Good girl.
I mean, it's fun to do the combat. That's not a big deal, but
Faster.
it's kind of funny. Really worth it in the material sense. Really bird.
No mistakes.
We cannot handle small trees.
Oh, much breath. Don't look down, Torgal. That must be Aistla.
Straight home now.
Straight home. No home here, brother.
What do you think, Clive?
Then we're too late.
Damn it. They're all turned. There's nothing we can do.
I wouldn't say nothing.
Kill them all.
No quarter, Gav!
No quarter!
Wait for them all to get closer in.
You think all the villages in Ash are like this?
A question for later, Gav! All yours, Torgal!
A lot of motherfuckers, man.
And come, and come, and come.
Come.
I don't want to die here, Clive.
Then don't! Nice try.
I'm the big man.
It isn't over yet. Of course it bloody isn't. Titan!
Didn't capitalize much on the stagger that I've been using. Overestimated how long it would take to get to the bottom of the next stagger. The axe guys have a long ass build up. Thought about throwing on Rook's Gambit. I do like the parry in this, so I might like that. Problem is though,
Gav!
not super useful on
Don't tell
normal
me there's more of the bastards.
enemies.
Oh, fuck.
Have you come to watch, Odin?
Bound for Stonehill. Good. My master awaits you in the capital, though I cannot allow you to attend him in your present state.
And how are you going to stop us?
Why, with this!
I mean, he said he wasn't gonna stop you. He said he wants you to be in a different state. So weird that he just pretty much outright says he needs him to have all the icons and be big mode. They just don't get it, man. It's hard to be much more clear. Giant barrier. Like Gav's gonna be killed
What did you do?
during this journey.
If the vessel would see the path opened, it has but to ask. I shall see that my master's prize is made, presentable.
Shit! No!
Clive, would you mind telling me what the fuck just happened?
Clive's brain is too small to understand Barnabas's somewhat riddly way of talking. Vague.
Oh, you've got to be. How are we supposed to get through that?
We seek an audience with the king. If His Majesty wants me to come and ask him, then that is exactly what I'll do.
Before you go practicing your petition, we don't even know where the fucker went. How about we cool our heads and think this through, eh?
All right.
Maybe there's something here we can use.
You could still warp back. Well, there's no warp around here, so not gonna leave yet. Oh, we just made a barrier to get further in. Nice. I thought it was to trap us in here, but no, that's why we can go back. Otherwise, that would be some odd flags there.
There's no one home, Clive.
Then let's find somewhere to sit down and look at the map.
Right. I'm exploring.
I thought we got them all.
So did I.
Guess there's a couple people left. Or something. Don't know if it'll just be a FF16. Or just nothing but zombies all the way through. At least there'd be no big stealth section like in that, right? Right.
Please. Please. Please, no.
Miss. Whoa. Easy. Easy. We're not turned, all right?
Who?
Ooh.
My thanks, kind travelers.
Man, your body's moving, but the belly hasn't moved at all.
Edda, forgive me for asking, but what went on here?
It all started when the skies changed. The elders said it was the Arche. One by one, people went mad. Minds taken by the ether. Till only I remained. By then, I was too far along to run. And then the nights came. And I didn't know what to do.
And this, Arche is...
Just a story. Something our grandparents told us when we misbehaved. About how the heavens would grow dark before the land took her last breath.
The end of the world. You said the others went mad. But where did they go?
They all left. Drawn east to the tower, to reverie. The elders, the healer, the blacksmith, my husband.
I'm starting to think this model is just a normal model and they just put like an unmoving hump in front of it. That's not even a part of it. Maybe she'll start moving around and look different. And why is there a blanket on it too? It's just this like completely still sack, man.
You thinking he did this?
Of course. Who else could it be? You were in Canva. You saw what he did to the people.
But then what about her? How come her nut hasn't cracked?
The baby, perhaps? Could be protecting her from the ether. I can't think of any other explanation.
You mean... it's a bearer?
It won't matter what it is once Ultima's magic takes hold. Time's running out. This tower. That's where we'll find the king.
We're just gonna leave her. Let her back on the boat.
I knew it. It's the same as Phoenix Gate. Which means at the end of these stairs should be...
Hey, Frizz, thank you. A lot of months, man. Thank you very much. Hope you're good. Thank you, thank you. Some lore.
The mural is complete.
Quick, take a photo.
Ultima and his vessel, Ifrit. Garuda, Ramu, Shiva, Titan, Bahamut, Odin. Even Leviathan the Lost is here.
Leviathan the Lost. Is that gonna be a super boss we can't fight, man? Until we play through the game entirely again. There is like a frozen wave way out in the distance.
But where is the Phoenix? By the Founder. So that's what you want, isn't it, Ultima?
Yeah, that's my thing. Is like I'm surprised there's no Phoenix
So that's
fight.
how it's gonna be then.
I'm not asking, Gav. I need you to stay with Edda.
Yeah, it's been good so far. It's had its dips. It has its issues, but overall it's a good time. Definitely some of the craziest set pieces and boss fights in the business, for sure.
What? I must do this alone. If I don't return, you're to find Joshua and make for the Enterprise. Understood?
Aye. Just don't you go dying on me.
Don't worry, we have the
Suits
dog.
your miserable mug better than mine.
Don't worry. I haven't finished with it yet.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting near the end. Probably a good chunk left still, but might finish today, we'll see.
If Barnabas is controlling the Akashic, then wherever he goes, they'll follow. And so will I.
Very curious how much they're saving for New Game Plus. Apparently New Game Plus has got a lot of different shit, but the thing is, I don't want to do a full another playthrough, man. It's enjoyable, but there's a lot of walk and talk and stuff, and I got other games to play in general. What I understand, I think there's even like super boss shit. New Game Plus, so. Gonna suck if we didn't get to see all the cool fights. The Shimmering Isle. Yeah, I mean, that would be tempting for sure. To do New Game Plus for a crazy fight. Yeah. Probably something I just watched someone do. Huh. Shimmering Isle. That sounds cool, but not like we'll be able to do anything. Let's make our way.
Good girl.
Gotta love a giant tower. Beyond the clouds. We've been up there, right? I think I dropped down from there. I want to make sure, because I don't want to have to go back and check the hunts. I'm not missing any. Because you can find them ahead of time. Like they just wouldn't mention Leviathan and then not let you fight him at some point. But yeah.
Alright.
Doesn't really feel like a super boss though, but it might just be a special thing. So it's gonna pop up later or something. I don't need to fight all these guys. Since I do all the side quests, I'm got plenty of levels, and even if I didn't, the game's very easy, so it's fun, but you're not really like dying for. Oh, wait. See, sometimes there's loot. It's rare, but it's there. Increase max HP by 500. I mean, it's not the HP that matters. I mean, it does, I guess. If you do get almost one shot, it'd be good. Since potions are percentage based, this would up the strength of potions. But 40% healing on potions is a lot. I don't think it can make up for that easily. Because right now my potions heal 28 plus 40%, so it's 68. Or if I put this on, plus 28% of this. Excuse me. 125. So my potions would heal 125 extra health versus like 500-600. I don't think so. If you're gonna wear an HP upgrading accessory, it's generally gonna beat us top from getting one shot. Or increase your potions, but since there's better potion, increasing shit is just kind of hard to matter. Yeah, we haven't seen the prince in a while either, so there's all sorts of... Oh, he's gonna show up at the last second or what?
This is it, boy.
far it has just been walk straight to it, but there's more area past that.
I've come for you, Barnabas. Stay close, Torgal.
Surprised I never had Torgal do any kind of sicko mode shit in combat. Like there's like a new mode he can use. He does it once in the cutscene and that's it, man. Sure he will again, but a lot.
The tower. It's alive.
Song seems cool.
More echoes of the fallen. They seem to feed on ether. There shouldn't be any here.
Oh, they got that cool shit where they have the music dynamically break into another song all schmoove like. Music cool. Almost like some SMT shit.
Bloody fallen. Why do all their flaws seem to have a mind of their own?
Loud.
This won't be easy.
Torgal. I'm hurt, Torgal. Nice try. Torgal, kill!
That song's almost SMT. I almost want to do Rook Gambit. Let's slap that on here, maybe. We'll leave this just because I remember where the fuck it is. More counters, man. The counters are fun. Thing is, they're just not going to be really good against normal enemies, but it really doesn't matter much. Ignition's more than enough to handle normal enemies. Normal enemies are piss easy anyways. As we don't have an elevator fight, maybe we will. Well, the Titan and Bahamut fights were super over the top, insane mode. All this build up for Red, and that should be pretty crazy too. I pretty much have every, like, ability counter equipped. Yeah, if it's a classic, the first one usually good, right? That being the his kind of starter one is makes sense. He seems to be able to fuse with Phoenix. Ice Age.
If I were Barnabas, where would I be? The top. So I could look down on the world.
Of course. He likes his theatrics. The way he fucking speaks. Yeah, I do think Barnabas not being terribly interesting kind of hurts a little bit of this part of the story, but I'm still in it.
Waken winds!
See, the ignition's enough just to clear any like amount of some normal guys. I mean, the bosses are the best part anyway, so improving those with like Rook's Gambit is cool. I like clearing out the small packs, but they're definitely not. They're just breezy, you don't even think about. Not the most crazy dungeon design. Sorry. Oh. Big man.
Well, that's new.
I have to get used to using it. That's a good one.
Nice try. Too slow. Kill.
I'll have to get used to Rook's Gambit. I just like those kinds of things, like super damaged from cool counters and stuff. I don't know why I wasn't using Rook's Gambit for most of this. I think it's because I wanted to be able to have more like cool charges and actives, but over time I've just really liked using Raging Fist and Heatwave and stuff, and I'd rather improve the boss fight fun, which is already fun. I guess Ignition's enough to... Ignition and Heatwave are already plenty to take care of normal dudes. Ignition's honestly too good. This is Ignition. You just group them together, then just destroy them. The thing is, it's strong in its own right, but it also puts them together to capitalize on any other move afterwards. It's really good with Heatwave. This part here, the boom, boom, boom. That's the only part that really sounds like SMT. Yeah, seems like it's selling well. I doubt it'll sell as much as 15. 15 did a number on the series' reputation. I think there's just less interest, but yeah, as long as it does well, I mean, it's good for sure. I'd rather see them keep making more good ones instead of just dropping it off the map. I didn't hate 15. It's not good, but the general reception, especially after the fact, has been very bad. I would say 13 is what started dipping the series a bit to most people. 13 was not received well, and then they made 2 sequels to it, so people really aren't going to care, especially since Lightning Returns is one of the worst mainline Final Fantasies. That's the 3rd one. 13-3. So then people were like hyped up for 15, right? It's going to be different, a little bit of action, it's going to bring it back. 14 had a horrible start. They had to remake the game. It's considered really good now, but because 13 was received bad, 14 started out really bad. There's a lot of a lot on 15, especially because it was this 10-year-long development thing that fell apart. So it's like, I think because of 13, start of 14, and 15 not really being the huge bang bang boom, like iconic games, like 7s and 6s and 10s and all that were to the series, that I think it kind of does a hit. I mean, also that its strongest properties are like MMOs these days, which has kind of got a little bit of a disconnect with the rest of the series. I think 15 was probably where people, I'd imagine, really started to kind of taper a little bit. I mean, obviously people still want Final Fantasy and they still want good ones, but it's not like back in the day. With 15 Weeb, well, the story's not good. One, you have to watch movies, anime, DLC that never got finished to get the actual story, because a lot of it happens off screen. The combat, while flashy, has very little depth. And it's piss easy. It's a lot of spamming consumables. It's a lot of just spamming buttons and then just waiting around and then spamming buttons. It looks flashy. The big giant fights are fancy looking, but this one does it a lot better. I need to go to the bathroom. Yeah. That fucking work. That was part of it. I mean, it's a big giant open world, but it's kind of on rails more. You just kind of like auto drive a car around, so that's kind of weird to some people. People don't like that. The boy band thing, I don't mind that as much. I think if anything, the camaraderie angle by the end of it was one of the better bits, but I think people kind of get turned off, like in the mainstream, by like 4 dudes in all black, designed by Nomura. That was part of it. I don't know. I think the big general thing though is the combat's just not that great. The RPG elements aren't really interesting, even though it attempts to have them. And it's kind of just a mess of a story. And yeah, having all the FF15 stuff all separated was kind of bad. Like, I don't think it's fucked. I don't think it's great. I think it's very overblown how bad it is. But it's definitely not like super high up there. So, and I think people were looking for like that next really quality, big installment. I mean, it's the same team that made Forspoken. If that tells you anything. We're now gone. I need to go to the bathroom. Let me put on some music for you. I mean, the music was big and epic and stuff. I mean, it was Yoko Shimomura doing her epic, like over the top kind of more Kingdom Hearts style. Not my favorite by her, but it was not bad. I don't know. I thought it had a lot of cool mini games. I liked the Bros on the Road feel. It being like an American, like road trip kind of vibe was interesting. I don't think it quite works out. Some of the set pieces are cool. I like some of the dungeons, especially the post game one. It's just got too many sloppy bits where it really counts like story and combat. So. Let me restart that. Sounds neat, but if the game is... Yeah, the problem is, like, the game... So here's the early game. It's not really a big spoiler. So the idea of the game is that the capital city gets destroyed. Your father dies, and it's you and your retainers, your royal guard, you're the prince, on a journey to save the world kind of thing. But, like, you don't even get to see any of that happen. It's all in a CG movie. So, like, it's this driving force behind, like, the characters, like, really, you know, his relationship with his father and his duty and all that, and so, like, that's in something else. I think there's a lot of other issues. There's a lot that happens off-screen that isn't even in any media. Later on in the story, like, spoilers, the Empire gets destroyed, and you don't even see it, like, happen. You just show up to, like, this aftermath, and that can be cool. Like, whoa, what's going on? This big crazy thing is fucked, but, like, instead, it's like you doing like weird pseudo stealth sections, and since there hadn't been anything really big and juicy up to that point, that it kind of just all happens off screen is a little goofy. A lot of underdeveloped characters like Luna Freya. I think the thing that's really affected its reception over time is that they kept saying they were going to add all of this in DLC and change all of it, but then Square Enix just stopped after 3 DLCs, so it's just felt like this half-completed kind of sloppy thing that they like almost admit is sloppy. Another thing is its timeline. I mean, Final Fantasy 15 started as Final Fantasy Versus 13, which Nomura was making. Looks totally different. You run around in the city that was in the movie and everything. It plays a lot more like Kingdom Hearts instead of this big warpy, flashy thing. And then they take him off the project eventually, and then I think somebody else gets a hold of it, and then maybe somebody else gets a hold of it after that. It's almost a decade-long development time. So it was really rocky there. But yeah, it was originally going to be part of the Final Fantasy Fabula Nova Crystallis universe, which is like a bunch of different games based on the 13 universe. Some action, some turn-based. And then that all just went sloppy. And then it's like like a decade later they finally put out 15, and it's not really that amazing. And so this will still do well, which is good, but I don't think it's just like, you know, it's like a Zelda game, right? Where they're so consistently good that they'll just sell just because it's Zelda, right? I think Final Fantasy's reputation is dipped a little bit. It's not completely dipped, but it's dipped enough where I feel like this won't immediately get insano sales. So hopefully at least does decent, because I do think this one's good, but... It's merely too big an ask from the player for me, like to demand that much. It better be the absolute best story ever, and that's going to be subjective. I agree, yeah. I think if you want to have some supplementary stuff, like there's full character arcs, a full, you know, story to the game, and it's totally fine, and that's what it was designed for, but there is some prequel stuff, there is some supplementary shit that, you know, enhances some aspects, kind of like a good side quest, right? Like it has world building or a cool little extra story, like that's fine. But when it's like important to the story and it feels like you're getting a lesser experience if you don't witness them. I didn't even watch the movie or the anime. The only emotional thing I got into by the end was the bros thing, but it was just because it had a few good scenes at the end is all. Yeah, like it could be cool, right? I don't know, Nomura just does that shit too. I don't know if that was the Nomura effect or if that was something that they just wanted to do. I mean, he has all sorts of shit across different games and multimedia for his Kingdom Hearts and stuff, but not as much multimedia, I guess. It's lots of games. Yeah, Mootown. They need to be strong in the mandatory content. I mean, it depends. If the game is focused on gameplay and they don't want to dig in a story, but with side content they do story, that's fine, right? It can make for more meaningful side content. I feel like Chrono Trigger is like a kind of example of that. Like, they're cool characters, but they get a lot more in the side content, so it makes some of that seem a lot more fun to do. But yeah, kind of just depends. But I agree for the most part. If they aren't interesting where it matters, then yeah. I don't really care about... Like, it doesn't make up for how they are in side content. They should be solid in side content and even better. Or in a solid in main content and even better in side content. For sure, so... That's my problem, is like, yeah, they had the Gladius DLC and the Ignis DLC and all these DLCs, and it's just like... They were fun enough in the main story just because of the camaraderie thing, but like, yeah. I don't think they were strong enough that like, having some DLC saves them. I mean, that's extra money too. Yeah, exactly. I agree. I agree for the most part, yeah. I think there's some exceptions, but I think it's more on gameplay than story. But yeah, for sure. Or just, you know, they don't have time. They don't want to break the pace of the story. But they don't have time to delve into certain characters, so side quests are where they go for that. But if it's a major character, yeah, those need to be interesting in their own right, not fixed in like DLC or like, you know, side content. I think you just need a greater appreciation in those. But I don't know, it depends too. Because I mean, you want to have your side content feel impactful, but I think there's other ways to do it than hemorrhaging your fucking story, right? Not that that's what FF16 is about. FF15 side content is getting cups of cup noodles mixed with behemoth meat. That shit fucking was goofy too. There was like product placement in it for Coleman grills and tents for like cup noodles and shit. Pretty goofy. Alright, I'll be back in a few. I'll be on my phone. I gotta go to the bathroom. I think the only game where I've been like, I liked product placement was Pikmin 2, which is gone now. Otherwise, like in racing games, it's like fine because they're just like billboards and but yeah, usually I don't like it. As most don't. Yeah, I agree. A more fully complete game. I mean, I've always preferred that. I like the days of expansions. As far as DLC goes. They release a finished game. They say, hey, we got some more ideas. Let's do a nice chunky something in that world. And that's it. But having micro DLCs that fix story and build characters, and they try to sell you on, like, you know, oh, play our mobile game, watch our movie, you know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's always the direction I want games to go. I don't know, the general trajectory of games, though, is the opposite. I mean, Sony just, what was it, 55%, 65% of their fund allocation to game development is going to live service games. I think they said they had like 12 or 13 of them in development. I mean, live service, how out of hand microtransactions have gotten since the days of Horse Armor. It has 3 parts. Apparently. I mean, we'll see if they change that. 3. Second one comes out early next year. But yeah, it'd be nice to see, more games that kind of like did well, that pushed away from that idea. Elden Ring does the, you know, I think that is a good one. It's got an expansion coming, but it's a large, feature complete game with a lot of content, with no extra bullshit. That sold a shitload. I think that one's more just that it's a quality, kind of somewhat fresh feeling experience instead of just the same old cookie cutter shit. I think that's a bit more important for the industry for me. Problem is, it's hard to recreate quality. A lot easier just to try to copy predatory marketing stuff or monetization practices. So we'll see. Yeah, but I mean, more and more like fully complete games that don't rely like on multimedia, try to, I don't know, either further advertisement or to make more fans in different places would be good. FF7's always been kind of bad about that. Less so recently, more in the grand scheme of things. I mean, that's where they really started doing that, right? With Advent Children and anime for Advent Children, and then they did, you know, prequel games and sequel games, and now they're getting reimagining sequel-y games. I mean, they're all games for the most part, but Spirits Within was a huge failure. I guess that's less multimedia that's necessary and more just... Fuck, didn't it almost bankrupt Square Enix? Spirits Within? That probably didn't help the series. But I agree, yeah. I mean, the dream for these corporations is to make a giant multimedia empire out of every IP, right? But to do that, I feel like you have to actually have something good there in the first place. So it's kind of funny when they put the cart before the horse and like put out 10 fucking gazillion things like with FF15, and then I just expect it to work, right? But it's like, well, any one piece of that you're dealing with isn't that great. You put them all together and it's still not that great, so it's like, you probably want to start with something focused and strong. What doesn't interest you? Sorry, I'm talking about 10,000 different things. Yeah, I don't really care about multimedia a whole lot. I mean, I'm fine with it. If it's something, I just care if something's good. Like, I don't find it more interesting to have like oh, there's books and there's movies. That's crazy. I gotta see them, you know, because it's the thing I like. If they're just good in their own right, I'm cool with like IPs being taken to different mediums if there's like a vision. Just to have it though, just to have more. Like I'm not reading Halo books, you know. Like I'll play Star Wars games. I like the old Star Wars movies, but I'm like, I won't just watch every Star Wars thing. So I won't go see a Mario movie even though I like Mario, because it doesn't seem that good to me. For me, it's more about just what they pull off and the vision behind it. Not really the having it. I don't know. I mean, I imagine there are people. Are there people who are just like, yeah, I just love multimedia, like IPs. Like, I want all of my IPs to be on 20,000 different mediums from the start. I mean, maybe there is some people like that. I don't think there's people just. I don't think that's like common though. I think there's people who will just like become big fans of stuff, and they will just like imbibe everything. Like Star Wars, but I don't think just like in general. I think it's more that like it works for people and they're like really into it because they're already massive IPs like Star Wars, like, you know, fucking Marvel or something. Like you have to take in every single piece, right? I have to get like the full story. I don't know. Like, are there people who are just like, I prefer my media to be broken into 10,000 different mediums? Like, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, for the ones they're invested into, it's kind of what I mean. I mean, you'll see new IPs try to like even indies, right? They'll try to have like a cartoon. Like Cuphead had a cartoon, right? Stuff like that. You'll see them try to do that shit. Even right out of the gate. Doesn't really work out. But I don't know. I think it's more that there's people who really get into something and then like, yeah, they get marketed in a way where they feel like they need to take in like every piece of media, or it's more like companies like capitalize on the fan, like they try to foster that kind of fan base and then capitalize on them really hard, like with Star Wars. I don't know. I just don't know if there's people who are just like immediately like, man, I wish FF16 had like a movie and a book, like right off the bat. Like, I'm sure there's somebody like that, but I think that thing just kind of develops over time and is something a corporation wants to have. And sometimes they put the cart before the horse and don't foster the kind of fans that would actually buy all that shit. Merch for sure, yeah. I think that's just like an easy one, right? FF14's insane about merch. Yeah. Yeah. The true fans. You're not a real fan unless you watch all the multimedia. The No True Scotsman, man. You're not allowed to be a fan otherwise. Yeah, I don't know. I think, like I said, I think it's more that like companies want to always create that multimedia empire, and that they know they can turn people into those kinds of fans. And while some fans, I'm sure, have a lot of fun with that, I don't know if people just prefer to take in their media that way. But like right off the start, right off the bat, like an indie game came out, I'm like, man, I just wish there, you know, like I said, there's a movie and an anime for this instead of just a game. I feel like it's more of like people capitalizing on something that's created lots of fans. That's kind of what I mean. It's just like you have to make the fans first, which means it has to be good, or you have to have an insane fucking mind-wiping marketing, you know, push to make people fucking interested in it, even if it's not good, right? But I don't know. It's just how I felt FF15, like way too much spin-off shit for not even being good in the first place. I feel like the movie was meant to be this like hype builder. Like, whoa, we got a crazy CG movie to build hype for the rest of it, but it's like, yeah, a lot of people like me aren't even gonna watch it. Yeah, but you need fans to make money. But you can make your fans sometimes do things or force the creation of fans with enough marketing and shit. I just think there's a magnitude where it's like you over focus on the money, you're like, fuck. But I mean, you see over time them push it and push it more, right? I mean, you're not losing fans for putting super microtransaction skins in your game anymore, right? Where you would in the past, right? So like it slowly kind of bends over time. Yeah. Yeah, see, I mean, that Game Freak's a good example of already having all that goodwill and having a fan base cultivated that does not care how bad the games are. That's like the dream, right? Like, you could just put out anything, pretty much, and just make money, because it's already such a big thing, right? But you can't just start that way. Like, there has to be some kind of huge cultural something to get that big, and it has to have some kind of big impact or something. I mean, Pokemon was huge. Pokemon lends itself. I mean, Pokemon did the multimedia thing with the shows and the movies and the merchandise and all that. But it lends itself to it. Nanners and Yakuza. I don't know what all that was about. Yeah, that's just like an advertisement, cross-promotional advertisement. I mean, they do serve shit on a platter. I mean, yeah, they could be worse, but for the money involved, it's insane how poor the new Pokemons are. Oh, little shit. Maybe. Yeah, I wonder what the breaking point would be. Like, you see a bit more people get hard on Game Freak these days, but like they still sell more than anything, right? NFTs. I mean, it depends on if you could only interact with Pokemon with NFTs or not. If they were just in there, I don't think that would kill the game.
Come on then.
Big orb. I do think if NFTs were like the main way to interact with the game, yeah, that could definitely kill it. I wouldn't say kill it, but it would do damage for sure. Because if you just made another good Pokemon after a good one in the mind of a... Okay, this game is too fucking loud. Jesus. And the fucking combat, I have to like yell over it. Game has a problem where it doubles the volume like every other fucking game in combat. But yeah, I mean, if you made an NFT Pokemon, I would do damage. But like if they just made another one after, it'd be like a return to form, and I mean then that'd be fine again. I don't know what it would take to like kill Pokemon. Probably nothing could really kill it. They'd have to just stop making the fucking things. or have so many bad games in a row. Oops. Not gonna need that. Okay, I'm gonna switch where these are. I can't. I'm trying to use new moves right now. Hell cycle. Yeah, maybe it is in the spiral right now. Just delusional until they finally break. Who knows? For me, Pokemon just has a lot of potential. With the right vision, they have the funds, the right talent. There could be some really cool like Pokemon stuff. But it's so lacking. Even as far as even if you don't think about just innovation or pushing Pokemon or some kind of vision, like just even doing the same thing again, it just feels like shit. Like, oh, they Arceus, man, they changed it up in Arceus. It's like, no, man, it's executed so poorly. I would hardly call that innovation. Like, goddamn, dude. It's like at least Pokemon games used to like look good or something. Now they look like shit. The gameplay is exactly the same. They remove shit like team battles or rotation battles. I mean, they still have, I guess, some duos, but they put in shittier gimmicks like the Mega Monsters and shit. It's just like, not the Megas, what do they call them? The Gigantamax or whatever. It's like they just do a new gimmick and do it worse with less good Pokemon. Some of the new designs aren't as good. I'm like, it's like the same shit, but like worse. On top of having no like vision, man. Like at least Dragon Quest will do the same thing, but like upgrade it, improve it however they can, while still keeping it as traditional as possible within reason. Like if that's how the way Pokemon went, then I'd be fine with it. Now, yeah, I'm very curious where DQ12 is going to go, though. They said they're already having issues with it right now, recently. And I don't know if it's just... They didn't say what, like story or gameplay? Because they said the next Dragon Quest is going to be more for like adults or something. Although I always felt like DQ, well, it wasn't edgy, it has plenty of serious shit. So. I don't know if they're going to do action combat. I don't know if it's going to be the FF16 and Dragon Quest. Now that would be a shit show. That would be, like, Final Fantasy's always been more of the Western geared JRPG of the two. But for them to go Western with Dragon Quest would be wild. The reception in Japan would be fucking insane, dude. They're fine just eating up the exact same game over and over. And it can be justified because they do improve them, so it's fine. It's not Pokemon levels of cope. Yeah, actual sex, dude. Full penetration sex. Puff puff. Yeah, I'm curious where it's going. I'm down for like, you know, new ideas, innovation, and try different shit. That's why I don't mind this one, but the reception's gonna be fucked. Right? That's what I was talking about with this. I was like, I might like it. Generally, I think there's some issues for sure. Some big, some small. But like, I'm down just for a different direction executed well. But it's like with Dragon Quest, I'm fine with them trying something different if they just want to, right? Just make a game you want to do. But it's not gonna get received well if it's not really similar to the other ones. Like maybe you can make it a little edgier, but if it's not like turn-based, if it doesn't have like, I mean, surely it'll still have Toriyama art. They're gonna have to have a new composer. Obviously, the other guy's dead. Like, I'm curious, man. I'm very curious what it's gonna be. And this will be my first time playing a Dragon Quest game when it's brand new too. So, yeah, I mean, I'm fine. Dragon Quest just staying how it is, just making and like making improvements. I think Dragon Quest 11 kind of takes it to its peak though. Other than just like improving more like the set pieces and the locations you go to, and you know, just throwing more budget and creativity behind each like encounter. It's kind of like they've kind of already done, I wouldn't say everything, but they've done a lot to improve on the Dragon Quest formula. I don't know when you're going to hit the point of diminishing returns. I mean, yeah, you could just have a new story in a new area. That's how all the other Dragon Quests essentially are. Yeah. That would be funny if Dragon Quest is what took me down, right? Yeah, there's explicit sex and like Last of Us and stuff like that. I don't know if there, I don't think you see. I mean, you see dicks and shit in other games that you can stream, but yeah, an anime based one like Dragon Quest, oof, insta-ban, brother. I see panties in an anime game, it's over, but I see full fucking penetration in a Western game, dude, we're good to go. I guess they're for a different kind of audience. Right? The one's fan service and one's not, but yeah, who knows? But yeah. Heavy Rain has naked shower scenes. Yeah, I mean, you see her panties in Heavy Rain. She walks around without her pants on. I mean, I've seen Heavy Rain before. One of the characters does that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. David Cage always has shit like that. There's panties and shit in Indigo Prophecy. Well, anyways, get sidetracked. I'm just curious where Dragon Quest 12 is gonna go. David's a freak, dude. Yeah, not in the Hyogo way. Yeah. Because with Final Fantasy, it turning into like more of an action thing, it's not that unexpected. It doesn't really feel like that big of a leap for me. Just because Final Fantasy is always kind of like mixed up the elements of its combat or its worlds or, you know, tons of story and stuff often enough where it's like, I mean, maybe you could say that it having very little RPG mechanics is maybe too much, but the rest of it, I'm like, it doesn't really feel like it matters a whole lot. To some people, it does. To some people, they're like stuck in the PS1 only era. That's fine. Those are good ones. And then, like, you know, anything that's not that kind of sucks. But like Dragon Quest, though, that'll be interesting. If it goes this direction in Dragon Quest, one of the most just rock series, like just unchanging at its core. Like Dragon Quest, like I said, it improves in a lot of ways, but at its core, it is always the same. 15 didn't have any that I could recall that felt important. So it's weird that people, yeah, give this shit for that, despite executing it. the action better. I mean, I guess they may give just as much shit to 15, who knows. Yeah. I don't know, man. I'll take action over having to program my AI. Fucking 12, dude. I don't like 12, man. 12 is 12. I feel like that's the most divided of the Final Fantasies. I fucking do not like 12 at all, but some people swear by it, man. And I like Ivalice. Tactics is one of my favorites. I just fucking hate the idea of just like programming an AI tediously. It's just really boring. They all are, you think? Maybe, yeah. I think 8's one that some people are divided on. I mean, you'll see, there's always lovers of any game, but I feel like the 13s and 15s, like, you see it generally more negative. Although there's fans still. Yeah, post 10 for sure. I think it's because the quality dips post 10 a little bit more. I mean, obviously stuff, the MMOs never really count for this conversation. I mean, most people enjoy 14. I don't think it's divided. There's nothing that's going to be unanimously loved, but it definitely feels, yeah, like post 10 there's a lot more mix. Yeah, a lot of people just ignore it. I mean, they're a separate thing to me. I mean, they're still mainline, they're still Final Fantasy. I think it does matter, but they're very different. How they play, the focus, and all that. New game from Raging Loop devs. What is? Tell it to me, man. What is it? I didn't think Raging Loop was very good by the end of it.
What's one more, eh, Toggle?
Okay, I gotta time that better. Ooh, trying to get my timings down. God, this guy has such long ass fucking delays, man. They want you to time that much tighter. This one's much easier to time.
To me, boy. Wake! Titan!
Oops. Timed that poorly. Forgot if you keep spamming the button, it keeps continuing the punches, but if you do the block version, it just always maxes them. Huh. Archetype Arcadia. It's a full dive online game thing. Stop the anime disease. Looks like a battle thing, man. IO, but they fight. Damn, some of this art. I'm already afraid, dude. Yeah, but this looks like it's really focused on battling in a RPG. I wouldn't call IO like a shonen or anything. Battle type of deal. Yeah, I would agree with you there, Mootown. Like, it's nice, but I don't consider it like this pillar or necessity of Final Fantasy or something. I mean, at the end of the day, just in general, how I view most games is if it's executed well and it's got like an actual vision, I really don't care too much. I mean, do I prefer certain directions in a series? It's like, you know, maybe, sure, right? You know, like if Metroid turned into a fucking racing genre, like, yeah, I'd probably prefer playing the non-racers or having some more of them, right? I wouldn't want them to disappear, but like, I think there's a magnitude of difference, like with Final Fantasy or something, right? This has still got RPG elements. It's still focused on a big open world you're exploring and, you know, a melodramatic, like fantasy story. It still has a lot of those things that it doesn't feel like it's, yeah, like Metroid becoming a racing game, right? It's still got like, you know, I mean, like Final Fantasy 14 is not turn-based, like 15 is not turn-based. The RPG elements in most of these games, it's not super hard. I mean, they're usually auto attack battlers. Like, it's, I get it. They are RPGs. They're some of the biggest, you know, JRPGs out there. But like, I think there's so much more to what makes Final Fantasy what it is, and it always reinventing itself, at least aesthetically and shit. I think lends itself to having the mechanical like side of things be different too. Could this have more RPG shit? Sure. I don't find it. Yeah, if the combat sucked, maybe I would be more annoyed about it. But like, if just playing the game's fun, it's like executed well. It's like, yeah, I just don't. With Final Fantasy, I don't care too much. I mean, I think they do a nice job of making a hybrid system in FF7 remake, you know, for the fans, but a pinball game, yeah. Yeah, it's more, for me, more the direction of a series just depends on if we'll never see a game like, you know, the old ones again, right? Like, I would never want to go to be in a world where there's only Tears of the Kingdom and Zelda, right? But, like, having it's fine. Like, if there was a Metroid racing game, that's fine. I mean, it's fine there's a pinball game, right? If Final Fantasy, if they never went back to turn-based, I think there's still plenty of like they could do there, but if they didn't, I wouldn't care as much because it's not just about that. Even just I mean, having more RPG elements, they could easily bring back, but yeah. I mean, they had job system in like Final Fantasy Origins. It's like you could still have job systems. I mean, you could just have these icons be different jobs, right? Like, there's a way to like. I mean, that's not really an RPG way of doing it, but like you can mix this into the battling and have choice matter a lot more. I think team building would probably be one of the biggest things for sure. I mean, it's hard in a character action game to like have like a team. I mean, East does it, but people are tired of that already, so I don't know. It just depends on how you do it. FF7R did it. Like I said, that game's like a mixed action game. I think you could do that. I wouldn't call that like. I mean, it doesn't have the free-flowing like depth or combo potential of like a Devil May Cry, like a Bayonetta, or technically even this, because it is kind of a bit more mixed on strategy options and shit. Like mixed. It's got action, but it's got also like freeze turn-based shit in it too. That's where the depth is. So it's like switching to different party members in the middle of the fight makes sense. Where in this, it's like just swapping in the middle of some kind of really fast-paced, like action-canceling combat. Doesn't really work as well. You could make it work. I mean, East kind of does it. With East, though, you just literally warp into the other character right on top of where you are and just use different moves. You could do that. Tails does it a bit because you could use like support abilities and shit. I mean, you could do that too. Just have your like support abilities on your other people, or yeah, just swap to different people as you die and shit. I think they could do it. I'm not saying they can't do it. It just depends on how deep they want to lean into it. They could make a new kind of combat system that has a lot of depth, but like character swapping and stuff, right? Like maybe instead of action canceling, you cancel and it swaps into another, player character, or, stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, you'd have to change the narrative. This game is very much just focused on Clive. There's a supporting cast, but for the most part, they're not super, crazy. But since they're just focused on Clive's gameplay, it being just focused on Clive narratively, like, it's fine in the mechanical sense. But yeah, I definitely think that's an element of Final Fantasy that I'd be fine coming back for sure. That's a little bit more important. I think it matters to me less in the gameplay sense, although that's always fun to have your different characters with different personalities have different elements of gameplay you can kind of like express in the combat. But like more just for the narrative. I think if FF16 has one of its larger issues with its story is that most of the side characters are kind of just there. I think Sid dying was a big deal, but I still kind of stand by what I said about Sid, where when he kind of died, I feel like there's almost more damage because there's just one less actual good character there. I don't think they fill that void. There are good ones with like Uncle Byron and shit, but he doesn't appear that often. Jill's not very good. Gav's fine, but he's kind of just like the head faceless NPC kind of vibe to him. He's not like a huge deal. He doesn't go through a lot. He feels like he's probably just going to get murdered at some point. And it's nice that Joshua's around and stuff now. For me, the party member thing I think matters more in like the narrative for sure. I'm fine with a story that's just focused on one person. I just don't think the depth of character of Clive is there to pull that off. You could argue that Ramza, it was like 90% focused on him. I mean, you get Agnea or whatever her name is, and she never speaks again. Mustadio barely speaks again. Like, they join your party and that's fucking it, right? But like, Ramsay's cool enough, and he's got enough other people occasionally, or enough enemies and stuff, that it still makes it interesting. I mean, she's a waifu, bro. People get attached to fucking... I mean, fucking East 8. What's her face? Donna, somehow. Just this nothing, boring Mary Sue character. People are all over just because... Got nipple bumps, because she's the main girl. Like, I have no idea what it is. Like, I'm sure people will get into Jill just because she's like the only main chick, and that's it. I feel like some people, like, that's as much as they need, right? Now, getting into them for like some kind of deeper character reason, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think there's enough there. She's definitely not gonna like have like this long-standing, you know, memorability. She ain't gonna become like a Tifa or anything like that. Yeah, that's the thing, is like I expected Jill to get more as we went. I was like, oh, she seems pretty capable. She's cool. You know, she's gonna be like the duo, right? It's gonna just be him and her for most of it. You build the romance, but for the most part, she's kind of a damsel, and if she's not a damsel, she's kind of just a third wheel. Like in that cutscene where Sid dies, it's like, okay, you know, Sid gets attacked by Typhon or whatever, and then Clive's getting mind fucked by him, and Jill's just kind of standing there, and then as she finally gets ready to do something, Sid just does it. And they just do a lot of scenes like that where you're just like, they'll say Jill's done a lot off screen, right? In between the 5-year arc, we always have to rely on you, Jill, but it's like, you don't see it. I think if they just had a few more scenes where she had more agency, she was just stronger, and narratively she just said stuff and had more impact, and like obviously in the gameplay did more, it would be cool. But yeah, like there's a lot you could go off of there. If this was more focused on like nuanced character stuff and political shit and all that kind of drama, it'd be even worse. But it's very much just kind of like a more typical JRPG story, but just more serious. So Jill could be worse. She could have even a shittier effect. But that was the problem I had with Triangle Strategy, is that it was trying to do that, you know, political drama. But I feel like to do that really well, you want nuanced characters that, you know, don't say what they mean or hiding things, or, you know, have some kind of charisma or there's something, you know, they're all interesting somehow. And the different things they're going to do and how they're going to do them, and the mind games is important. And it just was so flat and boring, and the voice acting and the dialogue, and it really hurts that. So like if this was more like that, I think Jill would suck even more. But I guess that's one of the pluses about this, and the general framework of this being a bit more generic. Do you want this to a time constraint? That's kind of why I don't think anything's going to happen with her anymore. There's just not enough moments or time left for it. I mean, that too, sure. But I mean, a movie can get me into something in an hour and a half. I know games are very different, right? But there's side quests, there's down moments where you could build her. There's moments they're planning things out, or moments where, you know, they're having a tough time where she could do something, right? You know, they could talk about her issues and relate them back to our guy. It would help with pacing. It would make things more engaging more often. because there's just more character shit going on, especially if it doesn't come across as like this platitude heavy, tropey, you know, my heart of darkness and all that kind of vibe to it. I think that's another problem I have with the story at times. I mean, don't get me wrong. Overall, I like the game. I think it's pretty good. But I do think that sometimes during the big character moments, they get into that kind of like romanticized, poetic way of talking that a lot of like JRPGs and stuff will do, or a lot of melodramatic ones will do. And then you kind of just start glazing over because it's really similar and doesn't have a whole lot of like empathetical like ability. Like it's hard to really empathize with a lot of it when it gets to be that flowery and melodramatic, or maybe it's just because of overexposure of that kind of thing. Like the scene where he's sitting there talking about himself on the beach with Jill. You're like, one, you're not like super jacked into the characters at that point, but like the dialogue and how they're delivering it. Maybe not the delivery, but just the dialogue is just so like I said, that they just have that like it's not I have a problem with anime or something, but it has that kind of like melodramatic, overly wordy anime speech kind of vibe to it. And maybe just from overexposure, maybe because some of that's just not very easy to like engage with. I feel like it hurts some of the moments they're supposed to be having character development. I think their particular plights as characters aren't super interesting either. I mean, Clive's thing was cool for a bit, but as soon as he gets over it, he doesn't really have anything else going on. He just wants to like improve the world and shit, which is fine and all, but and I mean he's cool too, but he's not like ultra charismatic or really, you know, extremely interesting, and just how he like delivers his you know his events, or how he just does stuff. He's kind of just like the guy whose only problem is he's too good, you know, the usual. And then that would be fine if he had more people to bank off of, but I feel like if you're gonna just focus on Clive, he needs to be way stronger of a character. Anyways, I don't think it's just like bad. I just think like there's room for sure in the character department. I liked the general slow pace, the world building, obviously the set pieces, and the, you know, the pacing of all those I've liked. But the direction they went, I didn't expect as much, and I definitely think the execution, especially in the characters, is a little shoddy. I mean, there's much worse stuff. I don't think it's just like bad, but I definitely think it's could use. Well, it's definitely the place so far that could use the most work. Like I said, when Sid died, man, I was like, this is not going to be good. Like, obviously, they banked off of his Sid's death and made a lot of neat stuff in the general scheme of the story. But not having an interesting character around often, who's just like fun to hear talk or just engage with, or who has information that's interesting or some kind of mystique to him, hurts just the general vibe of the whole thing, right? Like, yeah, it they do something with it that's good, but it still is missing that element. And like when Byron's around or Goats is around, it's kind of fun, or when other characters are around here and there, but I like that it creeps in the main story too much style world building they do. Yeah. I don't think it's yeah. They do it very expertly. I think, you know, something like a Crossbell does it much better, right? My thing is, in this, they try to do slow world building, and I don't mind that pace, but the story is very big scale and generically focused on, you know, typical JRPG stuff like killing God and all that. Like, it wants you to think it's got a like super rich world where there, you know, all the different movements of these countries is gonna be like, you know, very complex and have a lot of depth and nuance and stuff to it. And there's going to be this big cast of characters that's really interesting, but instead it's still, I would say, mostly more focused on a typical JRPG plot line. It's got a different vehicle for it in a way, right? Where it's just focused on one guy and it's a bit more grim and stuff, but I think if they had a story that was more like what I was saying, the former, that kind of world building works better. For the scale, you know, the distances, the focus on characters is a bit tighter. Like, yeah, you could still have big crazy fights and stuff, but I think it going like focusing hard on this like god threat and stuff from almost Go kind of cheapens some of the smaller shit, and so it makes you care a little bit less about the world building. Where that was like a strength of like the Crossbell 1 game, right? Is the scale's always really small. So that means you are more jacked into, you know, every little thing that happens that would seem really small and trivial in this is a bigger deal in that, because the scale you are in there and immersed in like this more tight and more almost human scale. So and if anything, Crossbow starts sucking when it does get bigger scale. That's when it starts sucking. It's just, I mean, it's kind of exactly what I'm talking about. And maybe that's just me. I just, you know, I don't mind big crazy scale, like over the top crazy action shit's cool. I really like those scenes in this, but in terms of like really getting behind like a story and stuff, it felt like they were going for that kind of like FFT. You know, they were Game of Thrones or, you know, like that Crossbow kind of scale. But instead, they still wanted it to be really epic. And then they just kind of missed both. I mean, they've got the production value. Some of the craziest big boss fights in the business. Lots of big, crazy set pieces and levels and stuff. They're not always the most interesting to run through, but... So, like, I think it gets by on the Hollywood level. But, yeah, that deeper... more immersive, thought out storytelling. I think because of its general direction of the plot and its lack of characters, it's hard to appreciate those slow moments, I'm sure, for a lot of people. I like that general pace, but yeah, it doesn't always work, especially once you get to the World of Darkness. It could have been good. I mean, in general, I think the Crossbell story, world building and stuff is really strong. It just fucks up the very end of the second game really hard. Otherwise, it's cool. But it could have been, yeah. I mean, you could still take a game with tight world focus, like small scale, and make it large and make it work. But yeah, I think a lot of the time it's probably hard. For one. Sorry, I'm hearing a bunch of shit in the living room. And it's hard for one, and two, it's like... I lost my train of thought. Fucking TV in there. But yeah. I'm in your living room. Yeah, I'm just hearing some other stream blasts, and I can't shut my door because it's hot as fuck.
Almost there.
But yeah. I mean, and if you're gonna go big scale, doing it at the end is probably one of the ways to do it. I just think, like in Crossbell, it goes from having its like strength, which is like good world building, like clean characters and tight scale, and then kind of devolves into like generic JRPG melodrama. So it's like, yeah, they could probably done something, right? But they kind of fumble it at the end. So it's not that you can't go big after being small. It's hard to go back after that, of course. But this game goes pretty big from the start, but wants to pretend it's got like slow thought out world building at times. I think if the general story wasn't focused on this Ultima thing, trying to make it super epic, that would help. It was more focused on the political side of it. But I mean, Final Fantasy Tactics pulls it off. This game's story is extremely similar to the like bullet points of like FF16, right? So that's like, I don't know. Like it's an ex-noble, we've mentioned this before, but it's an ex-noble who turns into an outlaw, who's fighting a war against an ancient evil nobody really knows about, that is pulling the strings essentially of this, you know, multi-front war of everybody in the world where, you know, the main character's family is a part of it and shit in some kind of capacity. It's very similar. But it pulls it off. I think part of it's just pace at times. It's not even always just the scale. Yeah, I was going to mention that, the formula. Yeah, I need to play Tactics better. Need more ammo for this conversation. I'll rent it soon. Maybe I'll rent it this month. We'll see. The remake one. Yeah, I think so, Mootown. I mean, that's already claimed some extremely impatient people, and just in the beginning of the game, right? But yeah. I definitely think that hurts a bit. I think it hurts the most after Bahamut. I think Titans is a bit, I mean, yeah, how the scale and how crazy and big it is feels like, you know, the pace of like a Bayonetta or like a Devil May Cry, where it's just like this nonstop, just madness trip through Insano Town, but then like it just kind of halts. And it's like, I don't think they always justify the slow pace at times. Like I said, I generally like slow pace enough because it can create stories, you know, I might not always get, because you get a lot of time to play with characters and shit like that. I'm fine with them trying slow pace, is what I mean. But like, there's supposed to be some kind of element of quality. But the times that they put in side quests and the times that they do try to have slow pace in this at times don't always feel justified. Like when the World of Darkness stuff starts in this, and then it just kind of like slows down immediately after that, and you kind of just fuck around and talk to people in some pretty low engagement, like main quests that feel like side quests. It kind of takes the wind out of the sails. Like Ultima's like, oh, I'm gonna fucking make the clouds all dark, and we're moving to the last crystal and all that, and then it just like slows, and you're just doing chores for like mid, and then you're just kind of like helping people do random shit, and then you're like going back and forth to go get like Sid's like gear and stuff at times, and you're just like, this isn't really like the time for that. Because, I mean, at that point, the world's already kind of been builded, or should have been built at that point, and we're moving into the, you know, the final act where shit's going down, right? So, I mean, yeah, showing it, like, why the world's fucked up and stuff is good, but unless they're going to have a major, like, next phase of the story, it's like, I would just keep the pace moving, you know? I mean, I do a lot of side quests, too, so that doesn't help much, but I don't think it's like damning or anything. I just think it's a weaker point. Like, I'm still into it and all, but some of it's just atmosphere and set pieces more than it is like characters and the overarching narrative.
He's here. I can feel him.
I also think that, I mean, the characters hurt in even more ways, because I don't think Barnabas is very interesting, despite him being the super focused bad guy right now. He's just kind of this generic, like, riddle speaking kind of like thrall of like the evil god guy, and you're just kind of like, eh. He doesn't really have charisma. He just seems kind of like tired of being there. So he's not really like fun, and that's a fine character to have when there's other shit going on. Like, he was fine when the Empire was there and shit, but when it's like all focused on him, I only really care about the Odin part, right? The set piece. Yeah, Barnabas is just kind of like, he just plays with you a lot, and he just says things that you already know, but the characters for some reason still can't grasp. And he's just kind of like a stepping stone. So for the game to be like super focused on him for 10 hours, it's just kind of like, it's fine if he was a piece of the pie, but he seems a little too focused right now. He feels like a character that should like lose his mind and go apeshit soon, or have some big thing happen. We'll see. I mean, this is gonna be it. We'll find out. I mean, you know he has to lose because we need to get his powers, but unless they're gonna surprise me.
Why?
The blade must ever feed if her edge is to remain keen.
Butcher.
What care you for these worthless creatures? They are nothing.
No, he's just the same, but with Shiva now. That was another thing, is like they were trying to justify in multiple cutscenes, like taking Shiva, you know, Joshua punches him in the face, they have the big romance thing where they take her shit. And it's like gameplay wise, you just know it's gonna happen, right? Because it's just time to get another one. But like, it's kind of what I mean. It's kind of got like an anime trope vibe to it. He's not really stronger. It's just time for this guy to lose. I mean, granted, our guy's never even gone full jackass mode yet. For some reason, he always fights this guy like unprimed and everything. So maybe that's supposed to be the difference. But I mean, the big arc was supposed to be that our guy lost this guy twice, and this guy's just been that overpowering. So it's like, even if our guy didn't go big mode yet, they never really say that's why he lost. So it's like, they just say it's because he just got destroyed. But I mean, being beaten by somebody then beating them again later is typical JRPG shit. But that it's in such a small span of time and it's supposed to be like a big character thing, that's like, I don't really care. And yeah, story wise, it's not like he's really gotten better. I mean, we've ran through like a couple zones, right? So it's not like we're better in like a gear or like RPG kind of leveling way either. I mean, that's how you could justify it in other JRPGs. Nothing's really changed so far. I mean, I've got like what, 3 levels maybe on it from last time.
Weak from the moment of their conception, ever longing for power not theirs to command.
And it's like, that's not a huge deal, but you think about it a little bit. If I was more into it, I was like, oh yeah, I do think he's got something new now. Whether it's like a character, like confidence, or like some kind of new power. Like, you know, maybe we can do something to this guy. But yeah, it's not like it kills it. You're just not as there, right? Like, that's kind of my thing. It's like that extra detail, that extra immersion and shit. It kind of goes for a lot of stuff.
They turn unfailingly upon themselves. Like sheep, they roam in filthy flocks.
He just talks like this.
Trample those few gifted a fleece of
like
gold,
if they're trying to write a Shakespeare character.
or that they might feel contentment with their pitiful existence. Prejudice and persecution, severance and strife.
Yeah, Midtown. And I mean, you can handle it in different ways. I don't think this is probably the best way of handling it. If he just had a character moment, it'd be one thing. But instead, it's kind of just he got Shiva, which doesn't mean much. But technically, that's supposed to up his power level. If we just got more stats when we got a new like thing, then that would be enough. But we don't. It's literally, I'm not even using Shiva, so it doesn't even matter.
Every earthly wrong springs from the malice in men's hearts. Malice born of the pain and suffering that is free.
I get like a fucking Yeah, what's his name vibe from this dude? Every cutscene with him. Fade Extra. Why can't I remember his name? Twice H Beastman vibe, dude. I mean, although this guy goes off on more of like a typical JRPG villain monologue, right? It's very like melodramatic and generic and shit. And he just kind of goes on and on about it. Where most characters in this are more like human. This guy stands out as being more JRPG villain, and he's not good because of it. I don't mind like melodramatic bullshit. I mean, I like chuny stuff, right? I just don't think Barnabas is very interesting. He could just be like some dude, but
Its corruption is gnawed at your being from the very moment of your birth.
especially when it's something goofy like consciousness is what they're trying to get rid of. Like, you're gonna have to give it to me in more layman's terms, bro. Like, it's this like amorphous concept of like consciousness being some kind of like, or like will or something being like what, you know, they're trying to get rid of or something. I was like, yeah, that make like you get that when you just say it, but like, what is it? Like the way he talks about it, like what their goals are and stuff. It's just, it doesn't feel very concrete. It's just kind of like lame.
You're wrong.
But then Clive actually has something to say about it. Like,
It is no corruption. It is who I am. Every choice I make, right or wrong, gives me reason to carry on. And carry on I shall. Not as a puppet, but as a man. Which are you?
There was a time I too thought those the only choices.
What?
Long ago, God granted man the gift of magic. And with that gift did he build great civilizations. Yet over time, man lost sight of the gift's true meaning, stepping from the path of shared prosperity to one of avarice. He abandoned his creator for sword and flame, and through his folly, beckoned the blight. Yet, there were those few who refused to turn their eyes from the heavens, and they prayed to God that he might lead them back to righteousness. And the Lord, he did answer. Before the worthy shall the gates of paradise open. And so did I spread my arms to the ether, and cast my soul upon its gentle waters. I gave myself unto him.
Okay.
What madness is this? My worth proven, the Lord charged me thus. If your kind are to find salvation, they must be made to serve. You see, paradise lies but a single step away. Could we only take it? Could we only leave our transgressions behind? For none save the pure of heart and mind may set foot in the new world. I will save us. But it all begins and ends with you. You are the key, Mythos. And with this humble offering, shall I prove my faith once more.
So you forsook your kingdom. You forsook yourself to serve. Tell me, how is that living? What you seek to provide is not salvation. It's anything but. Life is about always having a choice. Take that away, and we might as well be dead.
No argument. I laugh.
Very well. Come then. Show us the strength of your
We
will.
lost the argument. The JRPG argument.
My will that should worry you, but the weakness of yours.
This cool armor's wasted on this guy,
If you
man.
think your will the stronger, prove it. By this day's end, you shall know the truth.
I need to get used to that new move, man. Oh, his shirt? I think his, like, kind of tired, don't give a shit attitude fit that shirt. Where he's kind of just like kind of loose, fluffy shirt, but then his character starts to suck. I don't really care after that. Because he felt like he was just very, like, detached, but he's, like, not really that detached. He's just kind of, like, this lame, fucking, like, melodramatic guy.
Don't disappoint me. Must I show you?
We don't get much time to hit his.
Will you see? Too slow.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. Is that while there is really good music in this, at times, we've discussed this already. I think the soundtrack's kind of just whelming. It's not really as good as I was hoping. There's not as much range as I would have liked. There are some bangers, and I think when the set pieces are crazy, it's always good, or at least epic. But I do think they reuse some tracks a bit too much. For there not being as much big juicy stuff as I expected of the Soken OST, they surprisingly reuse, like a lot of tracks like this too often. It feels very MMO in that aspect too.
God chose you to serve as his.
Granted, every fight has like 100 phases and the music usually changes, but I mean, even then I'd rather have something different.
And you cling to this foolish notion.
Like Bahamut has like the classical music going on, and Titan has this like crazy like rap thing happening. Like there's cool shit. I'd expect this one too as well, but hit the Clive fucks, man. They never work for me. I don't know about you guys. They never work for me. I think they work on Gav well, but they always feel forced. I don't know if it's just his delivery or that we're having these big over-the-top like JRPG epic sequences and just like random curse words just don't fit. Yeah, Gav's fit really good because he's just kind of the funny side guy sometimes. I feel like every time Clive has a fuck, it's in such a huge over-the-top sequence, it just doesn't fit. If it was like fucking Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, sure. But these are way too melodramatic and stuff to like have a random curse word in them. They just don't fit right.
Desperate, are we?
Am I gonna have to fight this man? Oh, I was like on Ifrit, or am I gonna Ifrit? I wonder if he's gonna kill the horse. Can we kill Odin's horse? Is that?
Finally, we can begin.
Oh, they already get totaled, man.
Almost.
Is there gonna be a lot of swapping back and forth?
You have been shown the path. Now you must follow it.
Dog.
Free yourself, Mythos. You will not defeat me otherwise.
We'll see.
Perhaps you still require persuasion.
Waken winds!
Oops. I might as well. It takes forever to get him down there.
Titan!
Oops, I used the wrong button again. I can't see what's happening.
Defeated. You admitted defeat the moment you turned your back on us.
He has the power of Shiva, which he doesn't
You
use.
turned your back on the truth, Barnabas. We are not as weak as your god believes.
Apparently you are, man. The only one who's not weak is his dog. I turned into the big guy again. You lose. I know, isn't he just turned into the big guy? Yeah, that would have been sick, Lieutenant. Like an actual like combo of their wills and his powers. Yeah. Instead, it's time to beat him, I guess. I think it's supposed to be that he like has a new like, you know, confidence, but like he didn't really have a lack of confidence ever. Only right at that shitty moment with Jill. The dog. Don't worry, the dog. He's good.
What are you waiting for? Men know nothing of strength. What you will.
What? Why don't you just dodge it? It's not like he had to stop it at the last second or something.
You dare! Could it be you have made a weapon of your weakness? My apologies. You are not the fool I took you for. And so it ends. No! Don't tell me you are tired, Mythos! Your stubborn defiance has stirred my long-becalmed heart, filling it with a joy that I have not known for generations! I had thought the tantalizing kiss of self-indulgence a dream forever out of reach.
Okay, so they're just gonna make him crazy. That's what I was saying. It's like he feels like a character that just needs to go crazy at some point because he's too boring otherwise, and then just be killed.
And now that its sweet ruin courses through my veins, I shall not be quick to relinquish it.
Yeah, Joker mode.
Show me your work, Mythos, that I might revel in it!
Oops. I don't know about this song, man. Can you see anything, folks? I know I can't. Yeah, it feels like there should have just been the first track, right? It's not as bad now. He's full.
Salvation is come. Rejoice as our souls are granted.
Full Devil May Cry mode. That looks like some straight up Devil Trigger shit.
Know this day will come. What proof have you? I Your mere existence is
I'm trying to dodge him, man.
Lord's grand design.
I'm still not used to that move, even though I've started to use it.
I'll never serve your god. Tight. Let's try. Sword stone. Prepare yourself. And you will never know this power. My heart, it soars. As it did.
Oh, you can't block that one. That sucks.
Since then, many have sought my crown.
You have to dodge it.
But none could wrest it from my head. Come! Have you the strength? Have you the will? Rapture! I am yours, Mythos. Claim me as your prize!
This way. No.
Let's try. Soil and stone!
So flashy sometimes, it's really hard to tell what the fuck is going on, man. Probably makes it the hardest main story fight so far. I'm also trying to use this new move because it's more fun. Might as well just use it. Do this shit again.
Nice try.
Oh, I didn't have the right thing out. I was trying to use this dodge move. Oops, I meant to stay in that move. Pretty sloppy on my part. Just cut his helmet off.
The
day is at an end.
And we both know the truth. It is I who stand victorious. My will that prevailed.
Your will? No. It was his. Clive Rossfield.
Okay. They're gonna have like a phase 2, or this one just end up way less crazy than the last two. I mean, I get they'd want to focus more on like sword fighting and shit, but I don't even fight him as like on the horse really.
Perhaps there is strength in will. Would that I had not relinquished my own.
Whatever all that fucking means.
You relinquished nothing. What was it, if not will, that made you strive for a new world? Strive to win your master's approval?
And this is my whole thing, is like this talk about will and consciousness is so just
You were shown a fantasy.
ambiguous and wishy-washy. It's hard to really get into
You
it.
were wrong. There is no world, but the one we live in.
I mean, I could understand some god wanting to like
And that world,
have a bunch of drones.
that world, is worth saving. Even if it means killing a god.
I guess if you needed workers. I mean, wouldn't you want, as a god, somebody to like worship you? It just doesn't seem very solid. It's not very concrete. It's just kind of
Bold words. From one who has served the
like it
Lord
could be okay, but
so well.
I don't think they really do much with it.
Pointless.
With Barnabas here and all of his stuff.
But I almost forgot.
A lot of it might just be the JRPG like melodrama.
I promised that I would make you presentable. Did I not? We shall fulfill our destinies, just as the Lord's Mother Crystals have fulfilled theirs. Come, Clive Rossfield. Take what is rightfully yours. Become
You just
one
kill this guy?
with
Jesus.
God. No.
Yeah, like dude, just stab him, or the dog could have done something. I mean, the bad guy has to win, man, right? We have to get all the powers.
At long last, salvation. I'm coming home. Mother.
There goes something, some kind of character. Do you think this fight was way more low-key compared to the other ones? Just because they wanted it to be more focused on the melodrama and like sword fighting the character instead of big monster battles? Because this was one of the weaker like big set piece fights. You were expecting like Odin to probably be some big crazy shit. Like I wasn't expecting to go to space like with Bahamut or anything. But like I figured there'd be like some kind of like crazy fighting around in like the storms and the sky, and he's like cleaving the fucking clouds open and shit. But instead it's kind of just like they just do a sword fight, what you do with everybody, and then they have like a couple QTs, and then you just do the sword fight again. And like yeah, he has a lot of moves, and he's not like super easy, but you've already done a sword fight with him in a cooler area where he like opened up the way the ocean and shit. It was kind of like this is kind of my thing is like you go crazy with Titan, you go just as crazy with Bahamut. You expect in the penultimate part of the story with Odin to be pretty crazy considering the fight with him and Bahamut was cooler than this. Yeah, for sure. I mean, like it's not like it was a horrible fight or wasn't cool or something. I mean, the character parts definitely don't help. I don't really care for any of Barnabas's monologues or his character at all. But yeah, those are really that crazy. That's kind of what I was saying. At this point, like some of the set pieces are what you're in it for, right? Some of the larger than life, just big epic craziness. The Kino, yeah. But I don't know, this one was kind of just there.
Tell me, how does it feel?
Show yourself! Face me!
How does it feel to consume your rival's strength, to gorge yourself on their beam, to edge step by trembling step ever closer to the divine? With or without a will, you are still but a vessel, our vessel. Behold, how your body shudders in anticipation of its fate.
Oh, it's not yours yet.
No. Come then, O wayward child. We shall await you upon the back of the first worm. There, all shall end and begin again.
Okay. Not sure where that scream was supposed to be coming from, but please me, Lord.
Why
Why the hell is my city calling with the captain? Don't ask me, ask them! Since when was Eugen Hamel one to hide when there was a fight to be had? Since they stripped me of my rank and banished me from the battlefield. Now I'm stuck wiping the backsides of this one while the city burns and my wife tails off with a man half my age! And then you turn up! What the hell are you doing here anyway? What indeed? The enemy numbers too.
Well, if anything, I feel like they could have had more shit like this where they just jump between different characters. That was a way to try to make it more engaging as well. And just swap around a lot.
One of the central keep, held by a contingent of soldiers and bearers from the surrounding boroughs. They are the sole reason it still stands. And all it took was an army on their doorstep to bring them together. The prospect of death does put things into perspective. Perspective? Perhaps it's what we've lacked all along.
I would say Byron talking to this random guy is more interesting than the entire Barnabas plot. Probably.
Hamel, I need you to lend me some of your best men. Preferably all of them. My best men? Does it look like I'm able? I admit this might not be the most convenient time, but my nephew's in trouble. And I may have already promised him your help. Your nephew, the outlaw? My soldiers have better things to do than die for nothing. Then you and he are of the same mind. I fights for the opposite. He fights for a world in which they shouldn't have to live and die for nothing.
Apparently Byron's just this based, man. All of these fucking other guys just died.
Then mayhap they are the wrong men.
Well, I'll be damned.
Now he's here.
Our numbers are few, but I shall rally as many of my dragoons as I'm able. You, apprise the Lord Strategist of the state of the city's defenses.
Yes, Your Radiance.
And you would fight alongside us?
I owe the Phoenix a debt.
Does this vouch for my nephews?
Aye, but I still have my doubts about you.
Which we can discuss later.
Indeed.
You said you had men garrisoned in the keep. Captain, do you know how many yet remain?
Allow me to confirm. Commander?
Whatever their number, Randalar will be needing
Gather the
them
bodies
all.
and build a pyre in the courtyard. Quickly.
Terrence is still alive.
Terrence.
My lord.
You will find a girl there.
A girl? We are in the middle of a war.
I owe her my life, and I always pay my debts. You are to see that she is provided for.
Dion, I cannot leave.
But you shall. If I am ever to be worthy of the forgiveness of our people, then I must earn it. And I must earn it by my hand, and my hand alone. Know that I do not ask this lightly.
And know that I will do it.
Farewell, Terrence.
Farewell, my prince.
Yeah. This one's more interesting, like I said, than every chunk of Barnabas, man. Because of the focus of it, big on characters that aren't totally fucked. Just the writing is not as, like, melodramatically, evil monologue and shit. I think it's part of it. Time skips. The way they word it makes it seem like it's a long time, but it's like a few hours usually.
Clive.
Yeah, it's paced well. They're not like just going on and on forever. Lots of different characters coming together.
But I'm a damn sight better for seeing you, Joshua.
Characters that haven't mixed before. Obviously, Dion's got like an arc here, so there's a lot of drama with it. For Barnabas, it's like he's got really nothing. He just rattles on and on about will and consciousness and
So there.
predestination, all this goofy shit. Clive doesn't really have a whole lot happening. This baby's not real, dude.
They are, but so is their killer. He can't hurt anyone anymore. You're safe.
What about Ultima, though? Like, I can't help but see it, man. Like, her stomach never moves at all, no matter how much she moves. It is unmoving. It is just a normal character model with a blanket, the hump over it. This is not a pregnant woman. I mean, I get it. It's a little shortcut. But to me, it's so fucking distractingly obvious that, like, hard to even focus.
Gav, we need to talk.
You have a belly now?
I'm sorry, Clive. You know I want nothing more than to go with you.
I do.
Why not just have her look like this normally, dude? Instead of that, like, unmoving blanket.
For sake. Our people need to know what happened here.
You can count on me.
I mean, they just added something to her normal stomach.
So I hope.
Fine. It's better than a sack.
Me lords.
Do you think that was wise?
Wiser than leaving a woman with child alone in the Deadlands. They'll be safer at the hideaway. For now, at least. This land is overrun with Akashic. The king himself was long turned, albeit by choice, all to serve Ultima, in his damnable quest to forge the perfect vessel.
The chaos Barnabas wreaked upon nation after nation. How many were killed for this?
He didn't consider it killing, or a mercy of sorts. A way to end their suffering. He truly wanted to save mankind, and ultimately used that.
As he uses us.
But why us?
Final Fantasy motif.
What are we? We are dominance. That is our fate. But that doesn't mean we have to accept it, which is why we fight.
for the right to deny it. Is that not so?
It is. For our sins.
Okay.
Barnabas said something else. That the mother crystals were Ultimas.
Ultimas? Are you certain?
We know that the mother crystals have been leading the land of Ether. And we also know that it's this which hastens the spread of the blight. But what I cannot fathom is what Ultima stands to gain from that. What did you find at the stronghold?
The truth about Ultima's prize. For so long, I believed it to be you, and you alone. Yet, it is not merely a fruit that he desires, but a fruit and phoenix both. That which we became in the skies over Twinside. Only when the twin flames are joined shall his vessel be complete. Quite why he needs a vessel is another question. Unless there is something he cannot achieve without one. Something his immaterial form precludes. Something requiring an unthinkable amount of ether and a body resilient enough to channel it. If I did not know better, brother, I would think that he meant to cast a spell. A spell 1,000 years in the making. A spell to end all spells.
But he cannot do it without us.
But he will start to cast it. It's the bad guy always has to. Is that what the red thing is? Is it just meteor? Up next to the fucking... the moon? Speaking of meteor, we still haven't found a behemoth, man.
No, without the mother crystals. But if we destroy them all, we will stop not only the blight, but Ultima as well.
Ultima?
We stick to the plan then. Only this time,
we face him together.
Well, it's a long walk to Stone here. Let's not keep Ultima waiting.
But what about Ultima and his chest? What, does that not mean anything still? He's literally got him stuck in his chest.
When Barnabas fell.
Right. Sounds kind of cool. What about this missing whatchamacallit, dude? Oh, that looks cool. And they all feed into Zantetsuken. Maybe. It's time, man. Simulation. Rift slip. Only know what this one's all about. Why is there not an ability just to reset a single skill? Why is it all or nothing? Let me take one away, man. Less potent. We'll have to see. We're kind of moving into the end here. I might just try to crank it out. We'll see how the story looks in a couple hours. I mean, I've only done 3 hours today, so. Doesn't do shit for damage. I guess it's supposed to just be about filling up Zantetsuken. That seems to be just the entire... This entire icon is just... You don't do shit, but then you fill up Zantetsuken. The problem with that is that means you really don't want to like use anything other than Odin shit. And I'm guessing it doesn't save between the two. Yeah. Not 100% sure. We'll see. It just depends on where we're at, a couple hours. Because there's still a lot of hunts and side quests left, it seems like. But then again, it feels like, I mean, we're about to be at the end, so who knows. There's no reason to have this on any icon. Because it's all about filling into Arm of Darkness. The other problem with it is you don't really want to put anything else on this. The big question is, does Zantetsuken save if you swap between the forms? If it does, then that's fine. I could just use these big abilities, swap to something else, and then come back and use them again. But if Arm of Darkness doesn't keep building up, and you have to just sit on it, like, that'll be a little less interesting.
His magic died with him. The road to Stoneheart.
Why is this inaccessible? Okay, now we've discovered it. Yeah, I mean, if not today, we'll try to do it. Game's over.
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot.
Through.
Jesus. They just added like 20 dudes. Elude. Iceland. The Crit and Hollow. Halfcomb. Titan's Wake and Dalmekia. The Croc and Sambrek. The Croc. Doesn't have much side content through this too. Oh, can you do magic burst? No, you just spam. Okay. It stays at the same level. That's good.
Good girl. Faster.
I mean, I could just ditch that one move and just put back on Rook's Gambit, just have Zantetsuken something to do once a fight. All I do is spam the big move. I do like the feel of Rook's Gambit.
No need to ride from here.
I feel like I fought a bunch of bosses in this exact room before.
Looks like we're working something up. Only one thing for it.
You have to like... Doesn't even freeze time. This Zantetsuken shit better be cool, man. Okay, it does freeze time a bit. I don't know. I think I'm gonna get rid of that Odin move and just use the super and just do like one Zantetsuken every now and then. Cause almost none of the icon like circle moves have been interesting to me at all. So this one's actually cool, but not at the cost of other shit. I'll just use Dancing Steel and then just Armor Darkness sometimes.
Sweet dreams.
Looks like it saves too, so. So it looks like I said dodging while in this mode and parrying was built it up really quick. Oh, the heat's back. Great.
Clive. Go on then. You're rubbing me blind, you know. Finished, are you? The stew's awful thin these days.
So what do I owe the honor? What do you want?
Never dark.
Should last you a good while.
Not gonna equip it, but I can grab it anyways.
Anything else?
I mean, we could watch a couple episodes of something after I do these side quests. I don't know if I'm gonna want to watch a whole show. I mean, I might end up getting into it. Got a lot of backlog. I don't want to take too long on this ship. Maybe we can do a few. This way.
Let's go.
Fucking hate the heat, man. It's nasty, muggy, humid heat. Yeah, no. Not dangerous. Where are you that it's dangerous like that? Is that just because of fires and shit, or? Yeah, no, not dangerous, just uncomfortable is all. Yeah, that's fucked. That sucks. Yeah, but at least there's that. It always could be worse. Did they say it was in Titan's wake? Where? He's still coming up. Yeah. Goblins here. Unless there's like another Titan thing somewhere. It's the area to the northeast, despite having a warp point that says the Gilded Path is not actually the Gilded Path yet. Okay, thanks. I want to fight one of these guys for 10 fucking years, dude. Couldn't even imagine wanting to waste my time fighting those for absolutely no reason. I'll go out for the hunts, but that's it. I don't know where the shit is either. I don't find it terribly fun finding the hunts. I don't think you really engage with the world in that fun of a way. You just memorize the location and just run around like a madman. I'm at the point where I'd rather just them just put it on the fucking map. I don't really give a shit. I don't think it's up here. Time to go all the way back. What does it say? Pretty sure it was Titan. Unless I just walked right over him.
Covered in nicks and lumps.
Clive doesn't have the ability to write things down. Titan's Wake, Dalmacia. Okay. Literally where I went. Must have just missed him. He's like in this town. Seemed like it.
Our investigations into Ultima extend not only to ruins.
Come on.
There's not really a whole lot of paths. It's a pretty straight shot, dude. He's kind of either on the left here or nowhere. Why did he not spawn before? He must have somehow dodged him. He wasn't even visually here. Alrighty, well, that explains that.
Another of your friends, Ultima. If it's me you want, I'm right here. Say something yourself.
Takes a long time to charge up. You get about a full Zantetsuken every time. So I could probably choose one and then just get the rest myself by just attacking with the sword. Cool. Yeah, we could work it in. At least there's like a little something extra there you can do now. Dark.
And don't come back.
Do.
Still alive, are you?
Though I wonder if having the Zantetsuken sword on and then using Rook's Gambit builds it.
The stew's awfully
Or not.
these days.
Trouble with your gear, or
Yeah.
what do you want?
Oh, I need 2 dark steel.
That it?
Alright, the rest of the hunts are out here somewhere. They must be coming up. I didn't see any on the way here. Find out. Yeah, I think I'm going to try to finish this today, actually. Kind of mentioned it yesterday, that might happen. I'm going to try to keep the immersion and all that kind of shit going, the momentum. God knows the game doesn't need any more stuff stopping it. Gotta watch something tomorrow, maybe. I feel like we could finish it today. Maybe, maybe not, but we do a big chunky stream. I'd like to be able to finish it and just talk about it and read what people saying and all that kind of crap. What's that little mini sword for that he has? Is that just dual wielding? Or fucking Zantetsu kid?
You were right, Joshua. Bodies up ahead.
Is there no peace for a dying man?
What happened here?
The ether floods made savage beasts of my companions. And those faithless orcs, I knew they weren't to be trusted. We were told that they would stay loyal to our cause. Something commanded their loyalty, but it was not us.
It's a wonder they stayed faithful for so long.
Perhaps they sensed our downfall. The king is gone, our nation in ruins. What becomes of us loyal pawns now? Sworn to a shattered throne. Fuck Walud. Fuck the dead king and his god. Fuck this withered shithole. The floods do not affect you. You are a bearer, albeit one who's lost his brand. Pray, hear me, brother. Will you grant this pawn his final wish? Will you lay my dying soul to rest?
Of course. What do you need?
10 some luck.
More asses.
Beyond the castle walls, towards Stone here, there is a forest. Never turn. My parents are buried upon a bluff, nestled amongst the trees. Theirs was the only love I ever knew. I was torn from them in life, but perhaps I can return to them in death. Take my ring. See that it rests beside their bones.
May you find peace at last.
Who am I getting renowned with for this? Joshua, the dog? Are they gonna go tell them my story?
Don't tell me. The only way to the capital.
Pauses for 5 to 6 seconds.
Is through that gate, just as you surmise.
There's an army down there, Joshua.
Yes, but I don't see any dominance. Ready, girl?
What army, man? Chocolos. Couple chokies. Not a whole lot over here. hunt.
Come on.
Have care.
Saw the chest, but I really don't think there's going to be anything in it. I don't care. Grab the hunts, but I'm too concerned with the rest.
Not an unturned soldier in sight.
Then we end their suffering.
Well done, Toggle. Soil and stone!
Let me just grab these guys too. Well, let's go, man.
All this is for us. I wouldn't put it past Ultima. He's made nothing easy so far.
Farewell!
Cool.
Joshua, can you go on?
Do I have a choice?
Nice try.
Okay, that does waste the cooldown.
Soil and stone! Let darkness fall!
Okay, that does not build it. They do not. Big.
Joshua, this one's bigger than the others.
And Mina, by the look of it.
Very waste. This dude just warped mid combo. You have to time that one much more carefully.
Thanks, boy.
Takes so long to build if you don't have it already started. Nice camera. I like the part where I don't see a fucking thing.
Well done, Toro. Too slow.
It depends. It can be an issue. I had an issue with it in Bayonetta 3. Some action games, yeah. This one, it's not been too bad, but that's also because of how easy it's been. If you get hit by some shit, it's not a big deal, so you don't think much of it. I would say the camera shake, the blur, and all the effects make it kind of hard to see smaller enemies' attacks. The animations I don't think are as bad, but when it gets stuck on some weird shit and you have like a worm's eye view and all you see is effects the whole way, you just can't see the enemy anymore. And then sometimes it'll get stuck on, like, you know, the dragon's head, and so you can't even hit him, or it'll get stuck in a wall. It's not too bad, but there's definitely some times you get fucked by it. Oh yeah. I would say it's an issue in a lot of them, but part of it just depends on how bullshit it is. Because you used to see people complain about the camera in like a Souls game. Because if it ever goes janky, it just kind of sucks to die to that kind of shit. I would say I have more of an issue, like I said, with the effects and the screen shake than I do the camera, but it definitely will do camera problems. You know. For sure.
We can rest here if you like.
Don't worry, I'll be fine. Look, Clive.
Definitely a genre you don't want to have camera issues. Being able to read shit's a big deal.
The place is a fortress.
Doesn't look any different than the last few places.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Yeah, occasionally super bad. That's definitely what I would say as well. I just think one with a really bad camera. I'd have to look through my list. Because yeah, if I want to have if there's going to be an issue, I want it to be because I fucked up and not because I just don't have information. I mean, yeah, if there was some clever use of visibility and combat and shit, that'd be one thing. But that's not what they're going for.
Be safe.
Which are annoying as fuck, dude. 'Cause they're always doing this shit. They just won't sit fucking still, man. I wouldn't care if I just didn't want to fight it at all. It's just like a waste of actual life.
There's a good boy.
There's some dog shit chest.
Nice try.
Of course it missed again.
Nice try.
Oh, I agree. He's got that otherworldly, like, kind of like weird mystique to him. I mean, I wasn't a big fan of him, but like, he covers the same bases, right? Or he's kind of just this odd drone mystery guy. He's got like a little bit of charisma. Really, you could have just done the classic, like, right-hand man henchman kills the main guy, or the main bad guy, and then ends up just the flagship, like, Ultima drone, right? Like, instead of him just being like a complete lackey to Barnabas, he could have just, like, wrecked Barnabas at some point, and just took over for a bit. I think just the entire, like, concept of what they're arguing about is just kind of, like, shitty.
It's not on Vivian's map.
Belmont Dark.
Probably for a good reason. Right. Just down here.
Can I go in here? Guess not. Yeah, I feel like he was gonna have more. They'd have him show up everywhere, like he was gonna do some cool shit or something. But he ends up just kind of just being a goon. I mean, like I said, I feel like I still don't really care for the concept of all their arguments much, but
Not even any bodies. One could almost believe the whole kingdom had turned to Kashyyyk.
Faster!
yeah, it probably would have been more interesting. Whereas generic thralls go. Nothing in this corner. found any more hunts out here. I don't know if some are gonna be back where we were. They just haven't like spawned in yet. Or I didn't walk on the right like 5 centimeters of map. Okay, here's one.
That's no ordinary curl. Nice try.
God, that move just does not want to be fucking used, man. You have to have a massive opening to use that shit.
Nice try.
I need to just get used to it. Using it at the beginning like this is good. It builds up a lot of shit. Well, I swapped off it, so I lost it. That's interesting. Season level 4. I don't think it's building it just the entire time, no matter what. So if you like pre-swap to something, which I do a lot. So much for that. Once again, enemy just jumps across the fucking world and I miss it.
Too slow. Let's try.
Jesus Christ, I can't see anything. Is this a game about the submarine? Someone already whipped one out. Oh no. What's this? June 28th. Seems kind of cool. Is it like a semi-Metroidvania or what? People seem to like it. I'll have to put it on the wish list.
Let's hope it was the last.
Oh, I didn't read what you said earlier, Ping. You know what else is a lot like FF14? Running past all the enemies to get to the quest objective. I mean, isn't that any game though?
Ready, girl?
Wanting to run away from fights in the overworld.
Run like the wind.
There's just, I think, even less reasons in this to want to fight. You don't need the XP. You definitely don't need the mats. You don't need the ability points because you can refund. It's one thing if it's just a side thing. I mean, they can be fun. I mean, that's always there, but I mean, I could go have that same fun for something that I actually need.
Be safe. No use calling Ambrosia now.
Why?
Come on. Fly, Ambrosia. Straight home now.
Okay, am I just running around this fucking hill? Looking for the magic pixel? Probably deeper in. Here we go.
You'll be able to see all the way to Stone here. As fine a resting place as any man could hope for. Reunited with those he loves at last. Faster!
If there's any more hunts right around here. Probably not. Because they did say they did all have a different location. Their name. Ogre.
This won't be easy.
I'm playing like shit though. This Zantetsuken shit makes me play like ass, man. I'm too greedy trying to pull this thing off. It's got a very long charge up time. But the cool thing about Zantetsuken is you could just save it between fights. Ignition is like too good, almost. I've seen people play the beginning without ignition, and the random fights take like 10 extra fucking hours, man. Oh no, it's cool, I like it. But it's like so wildly better than everything that you'd be a madman not to use it. It's not that great on bosses, although it still does some decent damage. It just takes too long and bosses attack too often, but it's a fucking random fight stomper, dude. Yeah, it's definitely their fault. Yeah, it's like super good. that it does a lot of damage, moves you around quickly, has like a huge like finisher, grabs every enemy, and then that leaves you plenty of room to use like every other ability you have on top of an enemy for like max efficiency. It's just like crazy. Generally my kit is like boss killing kind of fun stuff, like a lot of parries and dodges and, you know, big Zantetsuken super stagger kind of shit. The big punch isn't really good against single enemies, but like just one ignition and hell and this, all you need, man. Too comfy, dude. Sleep. Sleep. Just remember to wake up. Is there nothing to find here? Nap icon. Fat Chocoville. Are they just saving the behemoth for some kind of like end game fight?
Does it bother you that we haven't heard a single human sound?
Or is it a new game plus
Everything
thing?
about this place bothers me.
I think it might be a new game plus thing, who knows? They talked about Leviathan and shit too, and I'm like, god damn, man. Yeah, I've heard the new game plus mode adds a lot of enemies and changes compositions and changes bosses' attacks and generally just harder and new hunts and all that kind of shit. Level 51 to 100, which is cool, but I'm not gonna like replay it right after. So it'd be nice if those like fights. Hopefully there is like a couple like big cool fights that aren't just saved for like post game or new game plus, whatever. I don't know if there even is like a post game. Maybe there's like a little one, but they're gonna have new game plus. Why would they have like a post game that's that extensive, right?
Time to fight. I can walk from here.
What is all this, man? Just more nothing, or what? Really, Jim? Yeah. Worth it? Totally. The blue clouds? Not a fan. I get it, man. I get it. I'd rather just see the area and have it be like ultra covered in like way too blue fucking fog. But I guess they don't really happen all that often, so not a huge deal. Is there a reason I want to kill this guy? What the? Did you hear that pop? Or is that just me? Oh, this is what's back. Or was this an Odin one? I mean, this seems to be the end of the whole fucking area, so unless they're gonna unlock some more later. And we're missing some hunts. I gotta go check the board. And more than likely, why can't I jump over that? More than likely we're gonna have to come back and run through half of these again. Yeah, it is hot. Bingies keep slipping on these fucking shitty DualShock sticks. You get any sweat, man. And these fuckers are slick as fuck. Because the material is just not much grip, man. It's like with my DualShock 4, I'm always like either pushing the bottom or like the very top. I don't feel like I ever have like a nice full grip in the middle. The DualShock 5 I got a little bit more, but it's also because these probably aren't worn down. And the DualShock 4 ones wore down in like 2 seconds.
Good girl. Faster.
Yeah, I like the Xbox controllers. They're pretty clean. Maybe I'll get an X Series X controller someday. Yeah, that was my problem with the Xbox One controller, other than not having a battery pack. So you have to buy one separately. It got sticky. I've never had a controller get sticky before, so it fell apart. Yeah, durability is huge.
The calm before the storm.
There's only one way into that city. Across the bridge. Through the main gate. Right into the midst of whatever is left of the late King's army. Are you ready for this?
as ready as I'll ever be.
Well, the thing is, when you set up the plot to be that the bad guy wants to use his body, he's not gonna kill Clive. In the theory of the story, there should be 0 chance they get killed. He either knows Clive will beat these guys up no matter what, or he's gonna make sure Clive doesn't get fucking destroyed. So it's kind of hard to really be like, oh man, this is gonna be crazy. I mean, in gameplay it will be, but like it's in the bad guy's best interest for Clive to not lose. So. A little bit. Yeah, that might be break his will, or maybe it'd be more about killing Joshua or something, but then like, well, now they need Joshua too. I mean, if Ultima didn't have control over the bad guys and stuff, and then that would make him look weaker.
Covered in nicks and lumps.
Yeah, move down. This is kind of a problem with more of the base deal in the story. Oh, this is King of the Orc. Oh, where is he? Isla and Halfcombe. And this other guy is just somewhere.
Clive, going purse weighing you down? It'd better all be here. The stew's awful thin these days.
Trouble with your gear, or what do you want? Anything else?
I don't think this place is going to be the finale. I think there'd be a little bit more. There still feels like there's like a couple more side quests. And then there's some hunts. Unless these hunts are New Game Plus only. That'd be a fucking something right there, man. They show you all these like super gear pieces and then they're like, nah. I could see like there being like a little thing up here. Or maybe something with this, or we're going somewhere, we'll see. But then again, it could be it. Where are the locations? We can't go to the Balmung Dark. Oh, Isla here. Right back and down, they added a new one. Where's the orc guy? Halfcombe. Because there's still an area down in the south in Halfcombe too. Who knows, man? Maybe we're going to space. I mean, having a crazy final area is pretty Final Fantasy no matter what. Don't know if this place is quite there yet, we'll see. Goblin man. The Who Goblin.
A goblin in ash. How the hell did it cross the strait?
The Goblin Punch.
Silent stone!
Oh, there's your primitive battle form.
Your journey ends here.
Now I just need one more battle something. I don't remember what it's called. It was a piece of something I already have, and then 2 other pieces. Which it's 3 hunts. I got 3 left. We'll see. I mean, they might not give anything, who knows.
Ready, go?
We're not even gonna use our base as an airship by the end of it. My thing is they just go so over the top up to now that, like your finale, you gotta have at least a little something overkill. Especially considering that the story's been kinda okay so far. I mean, they still have all the Bahamut guys stuff, the Dion shit and all that. I mean, that's gotta pop in somewhere, so unless they're gonna show up at the last minute to save the day, then... See what's out here, man. Nice wooden door. We'll see. I could see it going both ways. Like an elongated final bit, but...
Thanks, Gal.
Oh, Agni.
Look who's here to meet us. Pity they don't seem fond of visitors.
Yes. I really interrupted that. Probably should have saved the Zantetsuken for fun, but ending the fight, the Zantetsuken's always cool, man. Stone Tongue, I don't know. That was one of the ones. That was one of the ones I needed. So where is this guy, man? Maybe he's down here. Maybe he spawned afterwards. Stop spawning bosses after I've walked through the area. Unless there's a refight for a boss I've not seen yet. We're doing it.
Ready, go?
A waste of time. If I'm gonna explore, might as well reward it with something, right? Instead of me having to like re-explore. Great. Oh, they let you run through here. I was like, man, it's a town. They almost always stop you from running. I feel like he's probably in that big area on the left here. See, the main reason I would say, though, I feel like we're very close to being done is 50's max until New Game Plus. Well, it's possible they'll just have you sit at max. I am doing like all the side shit, right? Although I skip every other fight. Kind of feel like...
Be safe.
We'll see. I mean, 5 levels is still quite a bit. Could be like one more wave of stuff. Pandemonium. See how special this is. $45.
Oh look, it's the king of the castle.
Over here!
It's a good way to like catch up to an enemy too. Great. Yeah, the multi-punch takes too long, so does whatchamacallit. It's just not worth doing during one of those big combos unless you open with it. Because it takes a bit to charge, swapping his on Tetsuka and Emoto go. It's not too long, but... It takes a long time to attack.
Waken win!
Too bad. It's a lot of attacks, but it's mostly just range shit.
Is at an end.
And dodge spamming. Kinda strong. I think I can make the super weapon now. I don't know about these other two pieces, but
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. You're rubbing me blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here. You're rubbing me blind, you know.
might as well buy nothing else to spend money on.
What's that for you, dear?
Oh no. Need one more dark steel. Now I can make both of these. But then I need to wait to get another orichalcum and another dark. I mean, I'd like to have this weapon ASAP, right? It's quite a bit better. Now, I'm gonna go out on a limb here. If somebody knows otherwise, you can tell me. And assume I will be able to get this in this playthrough. No, that might not be the case. This might need 2 playthroughs to get, because you need 2 dark steels or something from the same guy, but I would like to think they wouldn't be that stupid and put like a good weapon behind. Whatever this is. Well, I'd have to do more hunts to get this. I'd like to just get these now. These aren't even like a huge upgrade at all. They're really minor. It's like a joke actually. 7 HP, 4 HP, 11 and 15. I almost just want to not make them and just wait. So that I have the orichalcum in case you do get another dark steel. Does anybody know if you can get 2 dark steel on a playthrough? Does anybody have any idea? Has anybody bothered getting this? I mean, that would confirm there's more HUDs later, but I'm kind of expecting there to be more anyways. Unless it's post-game. Oof, that would suck. I just ask because if I look it up, I might get the specifics. I don't want the specifics, just that I can get all of the super equipment. I love this a lot. It's 11 HP between these. Actually, hilarious. Okay. It doesn't... Luckily I didn't get any spoilers. I just said there was 2 different guys that gave 1 apiece. So assuming it's not post-game or New Game Plus.
Anything else?
I'll probably be able to get it. I'm not going to make those other 2 yet. The weapon's the big upgrade and I'd rather not have to wait on that. Alright, well, let's continue the story.
What the hell happened here? I dare not think. A stroke of good fortune, perhaps?
I hope you're right.
So do I.
Streets of Madness. Yeah, I feel like one or two more just big, surprising areas or some kind of like exploration field. Would be cool.
Let's see that we're not next.
Be good, but we'll see. Maybe it won't be. Depends on how this builds up. To me, boy. Funny, you can just spam that while you're in Zantetsuken sicko mode. There he is, man.
That's a behemoth. Who'd be mad enough to tame such a beast?
Now there's gonna be 100 of these on the hot board, I guess.
Stand back. Get up. Here it comes. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's try. Too slow.
Yoink.
Too slow. Waken wind! Titan! Odin! No! Stand back! I'll conjure a ward! No! Trust me. I'm your shield, remember?
Why do they say no? Why is he not allowed to go sicko mode, dude? I don't think they've established that well enough, or I missed a very crucial line why we need to hold back on going Ifrit. I thought he didn't even have like a limit himself. He's just like semi-priming, he's not even like full out.
I think this might be a job for Ifrit!
Why would you turn to him, brother?
What? But didn't they both say they were dominants? To fight, they were gonna dominate up to use their powers for good. Whatever.
That wasn't too bad. That was just the beginning.
Okay.
Let down the... Help me, boy. Well done, Tom.
Mission just takes too long during stagger. Really, that missed. Jesus Christ. I'm getting like one shot. What the fuck? I just went from 100 to nothing like multiple times. I don't know what happened. Feels like a bug. Like maybe I was freezing the game or slowing it down and getting like extra frames of damage or something. I got no fucking idea, man. Bizarre. I just want to do like 4 potions in a second. I think the one that saved me from death might have procced too. Not sure. Behemoth Shackle. Oh yeah, there's definitely some more. That wasn't even on the list yet.
Quickly, before we're cut off for good.
If it is like the others, the entrance to the inner sanctum will be at the foot of the crystal. We're almost there.
Oh no, it's still there. Oh no, it still builds. Never mind. It still builds, even if you swap off. That's good. Just had to test it a bit. Enough high potions, dude. Give me some normals. My normals do about as much as a high potion. I hate the birds, man. There's just no easy way to grab them. You can do that, but the targeting's like wonky, man. There's like 1,000 guys. What's the difference in the direction here? This sort of shit, man. This guy's really casting on them down here. Bastard, man.
Not what I was expecting. Too slow.
Oh, if you cast it while in super mode, I don't think it gets interrupted. At least not easily. To be boy.
Once we step onto that bridge, we'll be easy targets.
Then we better move quickly.
Okay. That it does that much damage is just crazy, too. I mean, it actually just kills them in one go, man.
More of Ultimus thralls. Come on,
Bizarrely strong. Of course it does. Shit's just good, yo.
Through the castle, then.
I don't see any other way.
Shame we can't cancel. I didn't think that would kill him. I don't know why I didn't think it would kill him. It always does. I was just talking about it killing him. Big man.
Ultima's corruption knows no bounds. We cannot allow it to spread any further.
And we won't.
just get level 5 off this. I'm not gonna kill him with it, but... Have it ready for the next one. $2,400 gil wop. Pays for like 3 potions. Well, 3 special potions. Too many high potions. Yeah, we've almost maxed out the normals. Build back up after that behemoth fight. Alrighty. Grab all these that I can. No off chance. Some serious business. Might as well have max potions.
Focus, Joshua. We're not done yet.
Focus, Joshua. Joshua. That's the thing. If you just wait a little bit longer and try to be like kind of cheesy, ignition's even better. I'll usually use it right away just to get the action going. Right? But if you just sit on it and then wait for everybody to group up, it's like it gets even better, man. Wild. It's already like the best trash killing move. I imagine there's nothing better. I don't see anything being better. The Bahamut beam could kill like 2 things in the fucking 10 hours it took to get it going. Great. Looking for anything but this. Cursing. Clive, you have to stop cursing. Think of the ratings.
Nice try.
See that getting staggered back? I don't know, they could do that.
Too slow.
I hope they're both staggered still.
Clive, you mustn't summon Ifrit. Not yet.
So I should let the burden fall to you?
Yes, you should. Save your strength for the Mother Crystal.
How little damage this fucking thing does. It's just his setups on Tetsuken. It does like a little damage, a little stun, but
What must is have eaten to grow so big?
You don't want to know.
Farewell. Farewell.
ooh, wasn't anybody particularly fat. Maybe this one? I just said the line earlier.
Nice try.
Camera? Could have delayed the Zon Tetsuken a little bit. And turn on the juice. I'll do it low. Damn. We are getting pretty close to cap. We'll see what happens, man. It'd be pretty lame if you could only get the ultimate weapon, or the ultimate one that I know of so far. That don't leave somebody behind. Or is there our friends gonna come in? What's up, man?
There's no end to them. The whole bloody army's here.
I feel like our friends are gonna show up. Maybe we are getting close to. I don't know. I can't tell. I would really hate if post game was where you got the most ultimate weapon that you know of, right? If there's just more in post game or new game plus, of course. But if you have like an entire quest line that shows you this weapon, and then you can't get it during the main story,
Stand back, Joshua.
I hate that shit.
I'm summoning Ifrit.
Stop, Clive. You mustn't. We still have a long way to go. If you tap your strength here, you'll have none left to destroy the heart.
Then you'd rather die?
Everybody's here moment. Who's this? Who?
She's not alone.
The Final Fantasy motifs. Honestly, I'd rather not be hearing them. I'd rather just have some fucking cool shit, man. Not a big deal.
Surprised to see us.
Not really.
How did you?
Gav. He told us exactly where you'd be. Even sniffed out a crack in the castle wall. And when we saw the heavens come crashing down, we had no choice but to believe him. It's been quite a day.
To what do we owe this honor?
A debt I would see repaid.
Prince Dion.
It's good to see you well. So, this must be Ifrit. Your uncle bade me give you a message. Listen to your heart, and guide your steel true. Your father would expect no less. That is all.
Thank you.
For everything, Your Highness.
Especially killing all your own people. And having them fight you.
Dion, please.
Appreciate that part too.
You do realize the only thing we've freed so far is this wall from its foundations, right?
Nice goats here.
Now, if your lord and ladyship's quite finished.
Well said, Gav.
I guess so you could buy some potions.
We have work to do.
That's probably fine. The goats is part of the party or something, dude. Main character goats.
But don't suppose there's out I can say to make you change your mind. So I'll just tell you to stay safe. None won't take kindly to losing their best customer, especially after letting us carry all this stuff all the way to Ash.
And we wouldn't want to anger old Nan.
You mean, you'll buy some of us?
Bye.
Whatever yous need, leave it to me. Anything else I can make for you?
Defender.
All done then?
Is Defender better than what I have? I don't see a way to upgrade
you don't
Defender.
Want me to make yous out else?
Yeah, it's like, man, I love getting a chest of more steel silk or bloody hide. Got like 2,000, dude. Like, how fucking many do I need, man?
You've got everything you need then?
I couldn't have made it this far without you, Torgal.
This is the finale, man. God, I can't tell.
If Sid were here today,
It's not really that awesome of a setup. Honestly. Compared to how big some of the feel of the other bits have been. Obviously the loot you got left. Like there'd be some kind of big send-off with the hideaway people. We'll see.
Each
Maybe there's
parting brings the hope of reunion. I missed you, Clive.
This might just be like a bait and switch, where it looks like it's the end, because the bad guy's gonna win for a bit.
There is still much I would learn of your tale, once this day is done. Until then, all who might come between me and such knowledge shall answer to my spear.
I do not envy them.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll find out, huh?
You see, Clive, we're not alone. If we are to win the day, we must all play our part. And ours. Ours lies beyond those doors.
We'll only get one chance at this.
All right.
I mean, it's not like I can go anywhere. I mean, really, it's like I can't leave, so I might as well just fucking go for it.
You see, and
We're full.
we need only endure this final trial, and we shall. Together.
You all know what it is that awaits us beyond this gate. And we shall face it together.
Aye.
I was gonna say, I was about to bring it up. I was like, so how many do you think they're gonna have to stay behind in like a staggered, or are they all gonna stay behind at the same time, right? Because everybody's got to stay behind until it's Joshua and fucking our guy, of course. Looks like it's gonna be right away, man. Behemoths, multiple behemoths. Shit, we'd be hard pressed.
Seems our hosts would rather we remain.
Go.
I will stay them.
We will stay them. Go!
Just don't keep us waiting.
Thank you.
I'm gonna help open it.
Welcome, sons of fire.
Oh, Doggo's coming.
No!
Didn't want to walk across the bridge anyway. Jill, it's time to get shit done. Oh, okay. Jill's just kind of fucking around as usual. Jill's taking her sweet ass time as usual.
Joshua!
Sweaty, clammy hands.
Joshua! Wake up!
Clive, is that you?
No, it's Blythe.
This isn't stone.
Who's Blythe?
Welcome to our darkness. A rift between worlds wherein your kind might reflect.
Show yourself!
Grave and many are the sins of man.
Please don't be a walking diorama section.
Know them. All of them. As fate has seen fit to deliver you home, consider this our welcoming
At
gift.
least not just for Clive's like past here.
It would seem we are trapped.
And the only way out is through Ultima. We find him and we leave.
The interdimensional. Are they gonna tell us about the ancient peoples? Music. Now this is a walking. What would you call it? It's like a theme park. What do we call it? Theme park exposition? Theme park, like. Like a diorama, it's like, I don't know what you call them. They're in like every game. Let's say theme park exposition ride, but there might be some fighting in this, we'll see. There might not be one, I don't know.
To comprehend the full extent of your transgressions, we must go back to the beginning. When the world was still young, we visited upon it a miracle, magic, and in its light did all life flourish. Yet the price for this boon would prove heavy. A pall descended upon the land, painting the horizon black as night. Though we labored to forestall its spread, in this one endeavor, we stood powerless. And so we fled, that we might endure, that we might discover a means of salvation.
But if it was magic that caused the blight, what of the mother crystals?
I expect he'll tell us soon enough.
This music's cool.
Salvation, alas, was not readily to be had. First, we would require a land unvisited by the stain of corruption. An unprecedented journey lay before us, one beyond the limits of our fleshly bodies. And so we cast them off. Thus, stripped to our very spirit, did we find our new paradise. A land as pure as driven snow, Valisthea. There would the true work begin, for the black crept yet behind us. And soon did we arrive at a solution.
Isn't that kind of just their fault, though?
The illness having spread to every organ, there was but one escape from this fate. To start afresh.
With a new world. The one for which Barnabas labored. A paradise free from the blight where his God awaits. And where, if we only forfeit our wills and abandon everything we hold dear, humanity can join him. So, Ultima would have us follow in the footsteps of the king.
And follow we shall. For now.
Theme park exposition ride. That's what I'm calling it. I'm coining it. Right here, dude. It's in every game. The like super low like engagement, like
to forge a new world.
Every 10 seconds they tell you a new thing kind of deal.
constitution strong enough to wield it. Acquiring the first would be simple. Untouched by the blight, Valisthea was replete with ether, and we had only to place jewels in her crown to claim it. Acquiring the second, however, demanded creativity. And so I cast forth the seeds of humanity.
You created us.
Is that not what gods do? We sowed the seeds for you, Muthos, all that you might one day blossom. And our future thus secured, we thought to slumber, though that would prove a grave mistake. For it was as we slept that man committed his greatest sin. He awoke. Alone in a world bereft of his god's radiance, he stumbled blindly, desperate for guidance. Finding no light, he sought to kindle his own.
It's not really a god, he's just an alien, isn't he?
Errant impulse was his will born. Having discovered himself at last, man turned his eyes inward and found he desired evermore that which only magic might afford. So wars were waged and brothers slain for custody over that dwindling resource, and the land, she wept tears of black.
He would condemn us for this. Surely he cannot be so blind to his own hypocrisy.
Not blind, just unwilling to admit the truth. Though we're one and the same.
There's just some dude with a god complex. An overly arrogant dude. I guess I don't know.
Is that
Ifrit, or what's left of him?
Long have our ashes lain cold for want of a spark. Cast your eyes upon them and see what you must become. Valisthea cannot endure a second claim upon her being. The avarice of man drives her ever closer to destruction. But she may yet be saved by you. It is what you were born to do, why we nursed you and fed you, as your own mother should have. And now that you are fully grown, our Muthos, it is time
I hate how they
at
say that
last
word.
for you to
Muthos.
serve your purpose.
to right your wrongs?
Fancy loud way of saying
If
it.
our sin is wanting to survive, then you are as marked by it as we are. The fault is yours. Our wills were born because you abandoned us. And now, you would have us forfeit them. All for a place in your new paradise.
Do you imagine yourselves worthy of one? Mankind has no place in our world. Is this truly so difficult to comprehend? We only ever require you, Muthos, when the time comes to bid this wretched realm farewell. None shall follow, none shall remain.
What do you mean, none?
This is our world. Once the land's rebirth is complete, humanity will have served its purpose. Why would we continue to suffer that which has caused us so much vexation?
Because the land doesn't belong to you. It belongs to us all!
What? That is where you are mistaken. You own nothing but your precious will.
Brother.
Time for Joshua to croak.
I can't do this alone.
And you don't have to.
I grow weary of your dissent. Now you must learn that this master will not tolerate disobedience.
My friends, my family. We have all suffered, all fought to survive. This world may be flawed. It may be broken. But it's all we have. And if we can't share it, I see only one other choice. You have to go.
This song's cool.
You may have created us, Ultima. But it's time we lived on our own terms. This isn't your world anymore. It's us.
Bow down, offenders, hearts disdain.
I've heard talk of
Nice.
attack! To me, boy!
Such foul attaint may not be sublimed through game stamping.
Whatever you say, whatever that means.
Only with heads hung low is penance paid. O wretched mortals incapable even of contrition, in fitting season shall we reap our harvest.
And I hit that button really early too.
To me, boy.
Come on. Say it again.
We will unmake. Gifted this chance, and still you would raise your hand against the Lord.
What now?
The darkness bends. He means to end us.
It wouldn't be the first time. But let's make it his last.
Doesn't he need him?
Your fate is inexorable. Surrender the vessel unto the darkness. Surrender it unto us.
Waken!
Kneel before us.
I can't see a goddamn thing.
Prostrate yourselves.
Yeah.
Well done, Tom.
I just get one shot? Okay. What if it just sucks you in while you're getting hit? You just get one shot? My favorite kind of fight, man. There's no give or take. It's just like pretty much a one shot. I mean, I had at least like 2/3 health. Tired of that fucking stupid shit. Cheesy one shots, man. And everything else is piss easy. And I can barely see a fucking thing, dude. There's a lot of like fucking ambient effects and that shit too. I can barely make out what's happening half the time. Full camera work. I'll just stay topped off then. If there's like near one shots. This move, this one shot man. Thought I'd move away. Just keep trying to like dodge backwards. I wanted to use on Tetsuken, but yeah, we just need to stay topped off. You haven't had to stay topped off the whole time because I just like saving some, you know, some potions in case you like level up or something. Okay, didn't use it. I'm like super topped off. Just a little bit. He's gone. You get a damage bonus on a half stagger. That was lame though, man. I don't know if I just got like multi-hit by a bunch of shit at once, or maybe my health was lower than it looked like. That feels Zantetsuken faster. That's not bad. Because it would full heal it every time.
At last,
almost.
For countless generations have we awaited this.
Yeah, it's like I highly doubt that's it, because that wasn't that crazy of a fight. What's that piece-wise?
Your struggles have made you strong, yet your soul remains heavy with sin. Absolution is nigh. Repent and all shall be forgiven.
Jill talking to herself. Alright. Take over his body and fuck everything up or whatever. Come on.
Tell me, Clive, how many lives have you saved since taking my name?
Fewer than we have ruined. Wherever we go, we leave a sea of tears in our wake.
These are the wages of your will, son.
What good are our choices when all they ever bring, all they will ever bring, is death?
There's no atoning, Clive. No matter how hard you try.
How would Clive even buy any of this? This is like
Why not leave it all behind?
such a clear, goofy fucking like appeal. Even using the same like language. Clive's problem? He's just too good of a guy. I would need to see some real conflict. Inner conflict for me to care about this. Unless he's just getting mind jacked, man. I doubt he'd just give up.
Somebody save me. Won't anybody love me?
I yearn, yet still she is not mine. Have I not given enough?
From will is born desire, and it is this which consumes you, rendering you incomplete.
Do you not see how the world bends and warps under the weight of your hungering hearts?
A little too poetic.
What if it could all just go away?
Just go away.
Clive!
Some sacrifice or bad guy to win a little bit. What are we leading to, man?
None of this is real. Wake up. It's time to go home, Clive.
Clive.
That's right. You're my brother.
Brother.
Come. Remember who you are.
Clive.
Once more, lest you forget.
My name is Clive. Clive Rossfield. Look, Ultima.
This whole bit was a little... I don't know. This wasn't much of anything.
Even here, the light of the vessel's will cannot be quenched. And the Phoenix, his trespass should not have been possible. Not possible unless he has been with Mythos all along. The mark of the Phoenix, emblazoned upon his heart, made manifest by the power of will alone. The power of creation. Can it be? Are their wills truly so potent?
Are you still talking? Our flames burn as one!
This is no mere evolution, it is deviation. And herefrom does Logos rise.
Logos. Who's that? Or is that just a concept? Like the FF8, FF9 ending, I mean? Just some random jackass shows up. Hey man, if the set piece is big enough, that's fine. This has been pretty downbeat compared to the rest of it. I feel like it's not the end.
Damn it, Clive. Wake up.
Well, this would be kind of an iffy ending. That would be. I haven't been on full swing on most of this, I gotta say. Some of it,
Sorry to wake you.
even the diorama part, or the theme park ride, I was kind of there. Like the inner mind part. Nah. The fight was alright. Not as like a finale,
And
of
once
course.
again does my creation stray from the path laid before it. Steeped in conceit, you fancy yourself a god. You embrace Logos. But we will put an end to this hubris.
What are you talking about?
In the halls of origin does our true power quicken. And there shall you be made complete. Soon, Mythos, soon you will discover how little you know of suffering.
Okay.
And so the crystals are no more. Yet in their silence, a new song rings. Its chorus building, a crescendo as it enters its final movement.
Who is he talking to?
stirring those long aslumber to waking, and back to their origin.
These people can't get a break, man. We're getting an airship there, man.
The bloody crystal's cracked. So where the hell are they? Oh, fuck me.
These are the best, man. The only ones I'm okay with. Dude has a good fuck.
Is that ether?
What in good Grieger's name is going on?
This is wrong.
Are we back?
Clive! Joshua!
Jill!
The Kashik might have lost their ship, but they're willing to wait for everybody to talk.
Is everyone all right?
Rabid beast my ass, man.
We're fine. What happened?
Too much to explain here.
Mate! We're leaving! Now!
They're standing over there.
Everyone, fall back to the ship!
Some Xenoblade 3 shit, man. Everybody waits very patiently for everything.
I will be with you anon.
Thank you.
I mean, they're waiting. You could just go with them. They're not gonna climb, man. I mean, I could kill these goons in about 5 seconds. Sniped or no? He's just doing stuff. Okay, what the fuck was that? He killed a couple dudes in silence. Is it just to show off that he's good? And they were waiting around. They weren't really in a hurry to get to them. But okay. Whatever. No, we'd have to. How did they get here? Did they through this? No way. They'd have to sail around the whole fucking continent. Are we gonna do anything down here ever? Now we're just back.
I need to tell everyone what happened at Drake's Spine. And I'm going to need Otto's help.
Origin, he called it. But the origin of what?
Jeez, I don't know, man. Identity? Magic? Take your pick.
Did you know that it was I who convinced His Imperial Highness to join you in Stone here? All right. It may be that he was of a mind to do so already, but it was I.
There's something about it.
Still alive, I see. Something tells me that eyesore on the horizon is your doing. How'd you manage that?
It wasn't even like a small scene of them like on the boat looking at the thing from a distance, or like showing back up here after that long journey. So shat out here. I mean, it'd be cooler if they just talked about it on the boat, but because we have half of our important characters just sitting here, the hideaway, you kind of have to come back.
One that I'd rather only tell once.
I think coming back to the hideaway is kind of a curse at times. It adds like a formulaic feel to the arcs, because you always have to come back and you might get overly familiar with it, or you have to always show back up in the story all the time, so you're always warping across the map. Not much of a journey you feel then.
Is this everyone? As I'm sure you've all guessed, the crystal which now commands the eastern skies was summoned by Ultima. He called it Origin. Though the significance of that name is as yet unclear.
What does it matter what it's called? Its emergence tore Twinside asunder and wiped my homeland from the map.
Well, it matters what it's called because you might want to have information about how to destroy it. This is the person who's all about gathering information.
Can be found in
Shut the
oldest
fuck
of
up.
Valestian records. But to the best of my knowledge, none provide any hint as to their true nature. That they would prove the horns of some slumbering demon. Well,
The Dominion's demise was at least quick. Elsewhere, the Republican army cannot hope to contain the chaos engulfing Randalar. Canva is in flames, and the Empire.
Our allies are crying out for answers. I've sent the Cursebreakers to give them what assurances we can, but right now that amounts to fuck all.
They wouldn't be able to stop what the skies have started in any case. People here and across the realm grow sicker with every passing day.
Could it be that this new Mother Crystal is like the others? That it draws upon the land's ether? It certainly looked that way from stone here.
If that were true, it would explain the hastening spread of the Blight since the crystal's appearance. Would it not?
Can you just make new Mother Crystals whenever he wants,
And
man?
as the land's ether slowly rises to the surface, it pools, corrupting all who cannot channel its energies. Archay above, ether floods below, and in the middle, here we languish, hopelessly entrapped.
It's all right. When we faced him at Stone here, Ultima told us his true power quickens in the halls of Origin. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to continue. If we are to stop him, we will have to find a way into the crystal.
How are we going to manage that then? It's up in the sky. And fast as she is, the Enterprise can't fly.
It's a lot to take in, and I reckon we'd all benefit from some time to clear our heads. The answer will come to us. Don't you worry. Ain't that right, Clive?
Right. That's right.
Well, go on then. Bugger off. Same goes for you, Clive. You won't solve anything like this. Trust me. Go and get some fresh air, eh?
I'll do some side quest, Clive.
Thank you. Joshua seemed upset. Ultima may have created us, but he doesn't make us who we are. Only we can do that. And if he would have us fight for our survival, so be it. It's what we've been doing all along.
Much like Ultima himself, it would seem. His new world being naught but a means to survive. And so, we must contend to decide which of us shall inherit the land. Should Ultima prevail, it will mean death for us all. Of that, we can be certain. But even should he fail, what world awaits us? A withered, godless place, where our newfound freedom will most like prove a chain in itself.
Well, that may be, but a chain can always be broken. As long as one has the will to break it, it won't be easy. It may take generations, centuries of suffering. And that is if everyone plays their part. But it will happen. And when it does, it will be on our terms. That is the world that awaits us.
Indeed. And what better world could one wish for?
But first, we have to reach that crystal.
Then it's a good thing I have wings.
You can barely stand, let alone fly. And only the Founder knows what horrors await in those skies. Are you certain about this?
Am I certain? I am the Phoenix. I will do what I must. This is our fight. Remember?
All right. I yield.
We're not gonna get a giant airship?
You must, yes. I'm still your swan shield.
You're not gonna turn the hideaway into a fucking airship, dude?
And what of my wings? Lest you forget, you go to stand against a god. I would not have you succumb to fatigue before the fight begins. Ifrit, your brother mentioned that some few of the dominants who had lost their power to you were still able to prime. Is that true?
It is. But their icons no longer submitted to their will.
Then mine will have to be stronger. That you both might save your strength for the battle to come.
You don't have to do this.
If you do, there's a chance you might lose all you have left.
And what have I but regret? My life ended in the Dominion. I fear death no more. Besides, I would have words with Ultima.
Leon's pretty cool.
To answer
I wish he was a bigger part of the story. We're really not gonna turn the— we're in a fucking airship right now called the Invincible, isn't it?
We are in your debt.
You're really not gonna do an airship Final Fantasy game?
We can speak of debts when this is over.
I mean, I guess they haven't even set it up other than that, right?
He speaks like a man who knows he's not coming back. And has come to terms with that.
That doesn't mean that we have to, does it, Clive?
Time to talk to Jill. I only hope she understands.
Who?
Clive. If you're gonna buy something, be quick about it. You're rubbing me blind, you know.
still a lot of these, man. God, is it all post game or do you game plot?
Come to wish on a star.
That might not be such a bad idea. This is it, Jill.